The world was warned this could happen, and now it actually is. The Philippines just became the first country in the entire world to declare a state of emergency because of fuel shortages linked to the war in the Middle East. This is because a staggering 98% of the fuel that the Philippines imports needs to pass through the Gulf region. And it's not just them. The whole world is now facing its biggest restrictions on fuel since COVID. Slovenia just became the first EU state to begin fuel rationing, so you can now only buy 50 liters max of fuel per day. Meanwhile, the IEA is now advised their 32 member countries, which include the likes of Australia, Germany, Japan, France, and the UK, to implement various fuel-saving measures, including even lowering their highway speeds by 10 kilometers an hour. China have temporarily banned fuel exports to protect their domestic supplies. Australia are facing what's described as a national crisis, where hundreds of their petrol stations are running dry from panic buying and shortages. South Korea have begun considering work-from-home policies, and have also introduced price limits for fuel for the first time in decades, along with other countries like Croatia, Hungary, Brazil, and Thailand. Cuba are really struggling this week with numerous countrywide power cuts, only made worse by the fuel shortages. Japan will begin their biggest ever release of oil from their strategic reserves this week. And as for the United States, well, Trump was asked about the Strait of Hormuz, and he said this.
We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2.
All right, that's where we're at with that, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is Set and Set Media. This is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. Sorry, guys, I got distracted by Sid's super chat that popped up out of nowhere. But we're about to go ahead and get into Trump's address that he made to the nation about the Iran war. Then we're going to get into a media analysis. But first, shout out to my man Sid. He said, will you bring me and Monty up for a quick minute? All right, well, let me get through the Trump reaction, and then I got you guys. And just let me know if you guys got a prompt to debate or something. I'll be happy to host it. All right, guys, let's get right into it. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's go.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been...
I wonder what the flat earthers are going to say after this. I'm just curious. All right, let's get back to it, guys. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, or smash the like button wherever you're watching.
Just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, and America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela.
Shout out to my man Sid. He says this announcement was ass. You know what? Everybody was saying that, sadly. But I need to hear it for myself. I have to. And that's why I kind of held off on listening to it since everybody was outraged. F it. I want to share the outrage with y'all. But I'm trying to look at this at a more positive perspective.
Are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after.
And this is what's crazy now. And guys, I know you want to take the idea of 4D chess out of this, but could Trump be sabotaging the oil in the Middle East or the oil production in the Middle East just to force countries to buy oil from the U.S.? Like, is that a possibility? But then also, too, like I said, it is kind of effed up how we caused this problem in the Middle East. And then we're looking at NATO or the European countries like, hey, yo, you going to fix this? They looking at us like, bro, you started this. Yeah, I know. But if you want your oil, it don't matter if we started it. If you want your oil, you got to go in there and fix it. And you know what? I'm wondering if they're going to take that bait, to be honest, because we are trying to bait them in or honestly drag them into this war with us, which Trump said is concluding soon, within a couple of weeks. He said that we won, but for some reason we need a couple more weeks to get this war done.
The United States of America, we're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical
he also said no new wars in the Middle East, but okay.
regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs.
So crazy about that, the whole, what was it? One, he's going to try to say we've been at war with them for 47 years, but never declared the war on Iran. Not even today, as we're bombing them, have we declared the war on Iran. And then the whole Beirut bombing. What's actually crazy about that? Israel knew that attack was coming and they let it happen. It's like, so, and like also talking about our greatest ally, Israel. Isn't that wild?
They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also.
F it, bro. We just about to tie them into everything. All right, bro. We just about to tie them into everything at this point. F it. Iran did everything. They did 9/11. Honestly, they're responsible for every death of every soldier that's ever happened. So Iran's responsible for all of it, guys. Like, are you serious? Like, at this point, I didn't know we was going to sit here and have a get back moment with Iran. I thought this was about handling their nuclear capabilities. But apparently it's not that. I mean, and all of a sudden now we're talking about regime change. We already completed regime change. But, well, I'm be real with you. Khomeini's son is still in power. He's in Iran, reportedly, according to the Russian ambassador. He's in Iran. So what regime change is he talking about? And I mean, bro, we still got Iranian officials coming out there making public statements. So what is he talking about? Oh, we got a regime change going on. And here's the thing. Yes, we have military success there, but Iran is still fighting. And he's saying that, oh, we won, then why can't we go to F home? Why do we need to stay there for a couple more weeks? But we'll see. We'll see come April 6th.
Recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead.
45
for these terrorists to have nuclear.
I'm sorry, the number goes up every day. 30,000, 45,000, 100,000. Like, I'm sorry, but first off, any protester dying is an atrocity. Like, everybody should be able to protest and have their voice heard. But to sit here and glorify this, or I'm sorry, not glorify, but inflate the number like this is insane. First off, we only got 3,000 names of protesters. Now, could there be more? Of course. But we don't got 30,000 names to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, here are the 30,000 protesters that died in Iran's protests in early January. No, we don't got that. We have no proof, no verifiable evidence, but for some reason we push it. Why? To sell you the war agenda.
Nuclear weapons would be an intolerable.
And shout out to my man Sid. He's like, help, I'm getting flashbacks of visiting my grandpa in the dementia ward. All right, come on, Sid. Bruh. Can't help himself, Chad. He can't help himself. Oh, guys, make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, a brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks.
Come on. First off, they got the cash because sadly, that was their cash. And guys, don't forget to make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. But yes, when we lifted the sanctions off Iran, yeah, we had to give them back their cash. That's why he sent the money over to them, because it's all part of the deal. We lift sanctions, you let us monitor your nuclear capabilities, and everybody's happy. And they was abiding by it all throughout from 2025 to 2025. From 2015 to 2018 when Donald Trump withdrew out of it. And sorry, but no, according to IAEA, Iran was abiding by it under those 3 years. Iran started going out of it after we reneged on our deal. And that's, I'm be honest with you, like you can be mad at Iran if you want to, but if we're out here like pretty much going back on deals, expecting the other side to hold up their side, I mean, that's a bit ridiculous. So this is why people have a huge criticism of Trump. Even Tulsi Gabbard on video saying that Trump should have got right back into JCPOA with Iran because she's seen this as a pathway to war with Iran.
From Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, he flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used.
Bro, how? First off, like I said, in the JCPOA, I mean, let's talk about the religious fatwa, where it's a religious sin, according to their Ayatollah, to build a nuclear weapon. Probably should have kept that guy around. And also, they were under the JCPOA. So if they made a move towards a nuclear weapon, we'd have known, like, bro, within 30 seconds of them even making that move. Like, so it's kind of crazy how he's trying to throw shade on the JCPOA when that was literally the thing keeping Iran in check.
Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities and Operation.
Now, come on, Trump. Come on. You know that's not the real. We walked in there we walked in there saying that we wanted to talk about their enrichment, but then we start saying, oh, not only we want you to stop doing enrichment, but want you to get rid of your ballistic missiles and your proxies. We put out 2 non-negotiables while talking about enrichment. So bro, it's crazy how he's sitting in there acting like, oh, well, all we wanted for them was to stop enriching towards a nuclear weapon. No, we wanted to take care of their ballistic missiles and their proxies too. Let's just be real about that. We all knew that was a non-negotiable. And here we are. I mean, for the long run, apparently. Hopefully not, praying not, but hey, guys, over a month in.
Midnight hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible.
All right, shout out to my man, not Monty on Rumble. He sent the Rumble rant. He said, we learned our lesson making deals with powers trying to get nukes. Obama also signed the 2012 Leap Day deal that we later found out that North Korea violated and was secretly going towards a nuke. Honestly, no, we all knew North Korea was going towards a nuke, but we tried to isolate these guys and sanction them to death. So we knew, but nobody wanted to put boots on the ground on North Korea. And that's and that's where we're at with Iran today, except we had no proof Iran was going towards a bomb. We had proof that North Korea was going towards that bomb. It's just that, well, I guess no president, of course, I mean, I'm a phrase like how Monty would say it. No president had the testicle fortitude to pretty much put boots on the ground over a country going towards a nuclear weapon or just a country having that nuclear capability. But hey, and guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way, but don't forget to like the video.
They had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear.
Now, how about this, guys? If you help me get to the goal, we can go ahead and do the S.E.T and Monty debate. And then we can also get into the BB files because for some reason, a lot of people haven't seen that. And I want to show you guys just because apparently a lot of you guys haven't seen it. So we can also run that as well. But let's go ahead and hit go because I know we're probably like, let's see here. What was that? I think we're like at 90. So $90 away.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders.
My bad. $80 away. Shout out to my man, S.E.T and Monty.
That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran militarily.
Yeah, according to reports based on classified U.S. intelligence in late March 2026, the U.S. can only confirm about 1/3, roughly 33% of Iran missile arsenal was destroyed, contradicting public statements suggesting higher destruction rates. Sources indicate that many missiles remain hidden underground and hidden in underground bunkers, because we all know Iran's just the master of underground bunkers. Like, man, we know that, apparently. But let's see here. While about this 33% is confirmed destroyed, another third is considered likely damaged or buried. So let's just say this. Let's give a let's be fair. 66% pretty much is like not usable, either destroyed or buried or damaged. So we could be fair.
Very crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces
They were
have
never going
been
towards.
extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. And tonight, I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job," every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form.
And be real, whoa, Trump, you starting this war is the reason why they're hurt and they're kind of failing right now. And I mean, if this war continues, it's only going to get worse for our allies in the Middle East. So, and here's the problem. I mean, before this war, they was doing just fine. Everybody in the Middle East was doing just fine until this popped off. So it's like, are you sure you're looking out for our homies in the Middle East? You sure?
Many Americans have been
Like, you sure you're not trying to secretly redirect everybody's oil purchases to America and we just take over that way? You sure is this not some crazy evil plot? Not really an evil plot. I ain't gonna lie. It sounds a bit sinister, but I mean, if it works, it works. And I mean, it works out for us. So I'd be happy. But if it don't work like that, then we're kind of cooked.
concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion. And
most of that coming out of the Middle East. And I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to be that $1 trillion that they've dedicated. Why? Well, because now they got to sit there and rebuild parts of their country and rebuild their energy infrastructure, and some of them, their water desalination centers. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. This whole war in the Middle East do threaten those investments, sadly. You know, outside of the Middle East, those are even threatened as well. Even the ones outside of the Middle East are threatened because of this conflict/war.
The highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. All
right, and shout out to my man Monty. Like, they were never going towards it. Why did the IAEA say they were in 2006 and 2007 and in 2012? And why were they hiding it? Almost like they were doing it in secret because they were violating laws. Well, actually, let's be real, Monty. Now, like I said, you're quoting outside the JCPOA. So once they were in the JCPOA, we had full monitoring of their nuclear capabilities at that time. So arguing before it is kind of like, come on, dog. Like, we're talking about with Iran's actions within that time, because they was under a deal. They weren't under a deal at that time. So it is what it is with that. Like, we're arguing the validity or the certainty that the JCPOA had from keeping us off this path, not about what Iran was doing before that. Because due to us putting Iran under that, we was able to have that monitoring that that we didn't have under the times that you stated in 2006, 2007, and 2012. This is all before the JCPOA. You kind of notice in 2012 how Obama gets in and he's like, yeah, let's go ahead and nip this in the butt. So, I mean, I don't like Obama all like that, but I mean, he got it right on that. He said we shouldn't have to negotiate with countries to break the non-proliferation treaties we have all agreed to. We can just take it out. I mean, bro, we call a country that's not in the proliferation treaty our greatest ally. That got nukes basically illegally. But it's like a global secret that we all know. So I don't know if we could really use that argument in fairness and stay consistent with it.
Positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it.
And here's the thing, he's not lying. He's actually kind of right about that. But the problem is our allies need that. Japan, that's like 75 to 80% of their oil right there. Like our European, about to be our ex-European allies, they rely on that a lot as well. So to sit there and screw them over and be like, well, I mean, sorry guys, don't affect us. So I mean, it's best you handle it. And they're looking at us like, but you started it. Yeah, but the consequences don't affect me. So you got to deal with that. It's like, bro, what? Like, oh, bro, we might have to step outside and fight. But it is what it is, man. You can do that when you're the president of America. Shout out. But guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
And won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take.
And shout out to my man Sid for sending in he sent $40 in on the Venmo. That's a baller alert. Appreciate the support. And shout out to my man. So Sid said debate. All right, then, bro. We can go ahead and set up this debate. I'm gonna go ahead and post the call-in link. You guys can come on up. I'm pretty sure you guys probably already got your prompt figured out. Let me know if you want to do the back or forth, or you guys want the 4-minute in and out. Or you can let me know before you guys come up here. That'd be great. But hey, however y'all want to do it.
Care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the...
Actually, there is proof. There's a lot of proof. Hold on, Monty. All right, hold on. There's no proof or verifiable evidence Israel has nukes. You say you need proof. You don't want to believe Iran executed 30,000 citizens without proof. Why do you believe that without the same proof? Monty, there's been documentaries. You ever heard of NUMEC? Bro, they stole the material from a bomb from us. Look up a documentary called NUMEC, all facts. That proves that Israel, that's a lot of evidence that Israel stole the bomb, Monty. I just don't think you're looking hard enough, sadly. Hold on, dog. Really? I can sit here and prove to you right now Israel got nukes. Like a lot of people just sit there and say it, but I got you.
Decapitation of Iran. We had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been...
All right. So, and this is right here. So, Israel is widely believed to possess nuclear weapons, with estimates suggesting around 90 plutonium-based warheads. Though the country maintains a long-standing policy of ambiguity, neither confirming nor denying their existence, it is. Oh yeah, and there's also been like we've also caught them doing nuclear testing. We've also caught them testing their bomb in South Africa. And yeah, I mean, bro, we've caught them doing all of that, by the way, all of that. And the whole world knows that they got at least about 90. So there is a lot of proof, a lot. But it is considered one of the 9 nuclear armed states with the capability to deploy weapons via aircraft, submarines, and land-based missiles. I mean, yeah. Israel got nukes.
Essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds.
Well, I mean, like I said, I hate to do this again, but bro, I mean, it's not as bad because I remember what was it like I said 2 days ago, this was at 115. WT, bro, Western Texas Intermentals is over 106. Is that over 100? Brent crude is over 100. I mean, it's not looking too good right now. That's all I got to say. And do I really need to bring up the market, guys? Do you really want me to bring up the market? Because I don't want to do this. I really don't, but I feel like I got to. So just to let you guys know where the F we're at right now. Because actually, you know what? Hold on. The market actually, well, from a month ago, we're actually down in the market. But from a week ago, we're actually looking way better. We're actually in the green. But from a month ago, we've actually took substantial losses in the market. And I'm just looking at all 3 major indexes at this point. But all right. All right, went ahead and posted the call-in link in the chat and also in the post tab as well. Post tab on the main page. Just waiting for you guys to come on in. And Monty, I believe we're just waiting on you as well. But let's get back to it.
We're at the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred.
Bro, it's just like really, regime change has occurred, but they're still doing everything the regime wants to be done, like firing rockets at Israel and our allies in the Middle East. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and if you're going to talk about regime change, at least explain what you mean by like the details. Because I'm sorry, but Iranian officials are still coming out, the same ones that was under the original Ayatollah. So what do you mean regime change? That's not regime change. I mean, you can say you're talking to, the moderates in the regime. Sure, I'll take that. But saying that you got regime change is all right. It don't add up.
Because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. If you do that, then they're going to go ahead and destroy all the energy infrastructure in the Middle East. So there's a bit of a risk to that. It ain't risk-free. But then again, like Trump said, well, I mean, it ain't our energy infrastructure. They just got to deal with it. I mean, that's how he playing it off on NATO. Hey, look, it ain't our oil that's really going through it. That's y'all, man. Yeah, y'all got to handle that. I mean, apparently Trump is causing destruction wherever he can in the Middle East and pretty much leaving, well, the Europeans to clean it up. That's kind of effed up, but I mean, hey, we've been warning NATO or these European countries how they need to boost their self-defense. Well, I guess you guys are a bit too late on that.
We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust. And we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards. They have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and cut the reaction short because I got the guys kind of, bitching at me in the background, but, I love them. But all right, man. Sid, Monty, what's going on, guys?
We weren't bitching at you. I was just being stupid.
Oh,
what do you mean? What do you mean we have nuclear weapons? What do you mean, brother? What do you mean?
Brother, the fatwa, the fatwa, brother.
Well, what do you mean we have nuclear weapon? We don't have nuclear weapon. What do you mean?
Are you
We're Israel. We're Israel. We did not have nuclear weapon.
Bro, that Israeli accent is crazy. So all right, but yeah.
It comes naturally.
Jew.
But all right. So first off, before we get to the debate, I do want to get your guys' thoughts on the video.
Oh, dude. I was talking shit on this video in Discord. I was saying it was straight ass. I was saying Trump didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't provide any clear vision. He sounded tired. He sounded out of breath. And I know I have no room to talk right now because I'm getting over a sickness myself. But he couldn't explain to the American public why they are going to suffer because we're trying to destroy Iran's navy, because we're trying to destroy their air force.
He did that on day one of the operation, guys.
No, he's changed what he said on day one.
It's an 8-minute video. We can play it from March 1, I believe. He's in a white ball cap and a blue suit behind a blue backdrop. It's about an 8-minute long video. It's on White House. It's on the White House YouTube page. You can play it if you'd like, Seth.
Is that the one where he did mention regime change, and now in this video he's saying he never mentioned regime change?
He said it wasn't the goal. He did not say he never mentioned regime change.
He said we never thought about regime change. We never talked about it.
Yeah, but naturally, when you kill the people that are in the regime and the regime completely changes, I guess that is de facto regime change.
The regime completely changed? Are you kidding me?
So if the president, the vice president, the speaker of the House, and the HUD secretary all died tomorrow, would you say we had a regime change in the United States?
The regime in Iran is driven by an ideology that has not changed at all.
The ideology hasn't changed.
The leader of that regime...
Hold on. A regime, by definition, is a group of people.
The leader of the regime in Iran was 86 years old. They were already expecting this. They were already expecting to have to deal with a line of secession. And so now they have to deal with it now, but they're still in control. They're still Shiite extremists. They're still controlling the Strait of Hormuz. They're not any more secular. They're not differentiating at all.
Did we
Like
say we were going to go and make Iran a non-secular government? I don't remember
we
hearing
did,
that.
we didn't actually go and say anything because they didn't really
No,
try to
no, we did.
justify this
It's
before
an
it happened.
8-minute video. I just watched it the other day. Just
They,
so I
they
can.
they also said they'd like get rid of their nuclear capabilities, which is another thing. It seems like they're abandoning completely. So
No, they're not abandoning it. They're literally saying he literally just got done saying that their shit's turned
so
into dust.
he calls it nuclear dust, but it's still a shit ton of enriched uranium. It's not dust, and he's not saying we're gonna go grab it. I mean, maybe we are. Do you think we are?
Do we have to go grab it to stop their production capacity for something?
Yeah, because the minute this ends, all this stuff's going to be rebuilt again. China's going to help them. Russia's going to help them. I mean,
And if
what have we actually done here?
so that is a different story. That is not their nuclear. That's not.
Well, it's
It's
the
not
same
being
story.
destroyed.
It's the same story.
So if it goes and gets rebuilt, that means we destroyed it, Sid. If it has to be rebuilt, that means it was destroyed.
No, but the claim wasn't it was destroyed. It was that we stopped them from ever achieving it.
No, the claim was
We
we
could
completely
watch what Trump
destroyed.
says if you want. We could watch what he says.
We're not going. He said since I became a candidate, I said I wasn't going to allow them to get a nuclear weapon. And then
Yeah.
later on in the speech, for inquisitive minds, he said we have destroyed their uranium capacity. That doesn't mean that it can't be rebuilt. That's the same thing
Yeah.
with Operation.
Incredibly quickly, by the way, because we haven't really destroyed that much. We haven't really done that much. It's the same regime. They have the same capacity, and they still have all their uranium. So,
How do you know that? Are you getting briefed on what's
well,
going on every single day?
because they don't dispute that. They don't say, "Oh, they don't have their uranium anymore," and it's just kind of widely accepted. Set could
They
correct me if
also
he's heard
you
different, but
can't.
they still have their uranium.
You don't know that. You don't know what they have.
So, do you dispute that they do have it?
Do I dispute that they have their uranium? The entire
Yeah, they're
country
enriched
is
uranium.
fucking like 30% uranium in their deserts. So yes, they still
No,
have uranium.
they're enriched uranium, enriched to 60%.
They're
Dispute they
enriched
have?
uranium?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where the enriched uranium is. That hasn't been cleared up because we don't
If you
know
had to
where their enriched
guess,
uranium is.
if you had to guess,
The
take a
the
guess.
the if I had to guess, I would say that before Natanz and Isfahan and Fordo were hit last year, they moved it out. So they actually
Uh huh.
have the raw material, but you still
Okay.
need the centrifuges that create that raw material to enrich it to 90%, which in and of itself is a blockade to getting enriched uranium. You have to have the centrifuges to do it. If we destroy the centrifuges, it's like if you cut down a maple tree, yeah, you still might have the maple syrup, but you don't have any more maple tree.
And what if my neighbor was willing to just ship me in a maple tree?
If your neighbor was willing to ship in your maple tree and I was hell bent that you weren't going to get a maple tree because you were going to take the branches and beat me with them, I would come cut
It
your maple tree down again.
doesn't seem like he's hell bent. He's wishy washy here, right?
It's not help. No, 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 no. Iran is
The
hell
thing
bent
is,
on.
Trump seems to want out of this. The minute we get out of this, they're going to immediately sprint towards the nuclear weapon.
Don't
And we
you want
haven't
out of this, Sid? Hold on, hold
I
on.
never, no, I never wanted in it, but I do think this makes it way more likely that they're going to sprint ever faster
So
towards a
you
nuclear
think we
weapon.
should? So you think we should just fucking go send 20,000 service member over there to die, and so
At
that you
this,
can say, "Oh, Trump sent a bunch of people there to die."
no, I don't think that. No.
So what do you think should happen?
At this point, I've been put into between a rock and a hard place where the person in charge of my country is a raving lunatic, and I don't really trust him
Stop with the ad
to do
hominems and tell me
anything.
what you would do if you have better ideas. Present them.
If I was Trump right now,
That was the question. Yeah. You're President Sid. You get to do whatever you want to do from this
Okay,
point
so
on. You don't get to
here's what I'd
change.
probably do. I'd probably announce I'm removing all of the extra military assets I've sent to the region in hopes of getting an actual.
Hope is not a plan.
No,
Hope is not a
it
plan.
it's not hope. This is what I'm saying rhetorically. In hope of getting an actual ceasefire talk. That shows that I'm moving all these new assets that I just moved to the region out, right?
So
So
you would
that would
bend the
be a
knee. You'd bend
that
the knee.
no that would be a show of good faith, and I'd say we need to come to the table. We need to talk about this because
Uh-huh.
uh, we've made some mistakes here. We
We've made
miscalculated, obviously.
So you're going to be an America apologist. You're going to be Barack Obama essentially and give them
Dude, it is undeniable that this was a mistake at this point.
This was not a
Undeniable.
mistake. Half their entire navy is sitting at the bottom of the ocean. They
Nobody
have no
gives a
air
fuck about their
capacity.
navy. Their navy's from the fucking 60s, dude.
And their navy is not from the 60s also.
Yeah,
They
their real navy, not their show navy. Their real navy is speedboats. The same speedboats that are keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed.
The
Is
Strait of
right
Hormuz
now
is not closed. You do
causing an
realize that, right?
energy crisis. What? Because 20 boats go through because they contracted with the Iranian government?
No, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. You just cannot get shipping deals to go through it because it's an active war zone right now.
Well, hold on.
You
Now
can't
the
get the
Strait of
insurance.
Hormuz, hold on. Now the Strait of Hormuz isn't closed but it is open due to anybody who pays the fee to Iran.
Yeah.
And first of all, that is illegal. You can't do that. That's
I know,
international
but they
shipping
doing
lanes.
Oh,
it.
all
No,
right. Well,
no,
who's stopping them? And that wasn't happening before we did this, by the way.
it absolutely was. They've done this several times in the past. That is their only
No, they
leverage
were
of
not
negotiation.
charging fees to everybody that was going through the Strait of Hormuz
You can
before
only
we
charge
launched this
fees if people are
operation.
willing to pay them. Like they have absolutely floated
Yeah,
the idea of trying to
a-
toll the Strait of Hormuz before.
and they're doing it now, and they're being successful. So,
No, they're not. They're not being successful in anything. No one wants to go through it. That's
are you
different than
kidding, Monty?
their
Maybe the electric car has killed your brain, but we're all paying $4+ for gasoline at the pump every day, which also translates to every other good we buy, because every good we buy is
Where
shipped
was this
with.
criticism? Where was this criticism in 2022, 2021,
I don't
2023
think
when
we
we were
knew each other back then, bro. But by the
Where was this
way, that
criticism?
wasn't a war. That wasn't a war
We weren't
launched
at
by
war with
us.
we
That was a
weren't
that was a war launched by a
There's a
different
war going
fucking
on in Europe.
country. Yeah, not launched by us. It was out of our hand. Russia started that war.
All righty. Wait. Oh, never mind. Y'all still got some time on the clock. I do want to bring y'all
Anyway,
up.
wait. What is your opinion on this?
Oh, from what you guys been talking about? All right, I'll go ahead and give in my 2 cents. So on the whole regime change thing, I don't know, man. We can kill as much of these guys as we want. As you see, they've replaced their leadership. They've even replaced the guy who was supposed to be a moderate that was there, like basically what our Hegseth is, basically their guy who run the military. They replaced that guy who was a moderate because we killed him, and they replaced that guy with an IRGC commander. So I'm confused because all the replacements of the Iranian leadership has been now hardliners. I don't even think there are any moderates left in there. So when he says regime change, I'm like, sure, to the moderates, to the hardliners, if that's what you want to call a regime change. And about the traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz. Like so far, the only people that are going through the Strait of Hormuz, because Japan, because they went behind our back and made a deal with Iran so they can get their oil through, because they need it. The 10 ships that Trump were talking about were Pakistani ships because, well, that's their friend and they're letting their ships through. So the Hormuz Strait is closed to any U.S. allies, according to Iran, and they are pretty much controlling the Strait of Hormuz as of now. And that is a little too concerning at this point.
And Monty, I just want clarity here. Zoom out 10, 15, 20 days. what do you foresee happening with all this? Just to get what your mindset is here.
Well, all right, though. We'll come back. Well, we're gonna save that one for break.
He might have left.
Yeah, he'll be back though. If anything, we'll see. But in the meantime, though, I do want to get over to the next video and shoot. So if he doesn't come back, I'll bring you back up for a reaction. But when he does, I got you. All right, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that was nice. That was nice. Both of them had some decent points. I'm not even gonna lie.
Fairly effective.
Okay, you know me, I'm gonna stay neutral, but all right, I liked it.
Right when the president came out, he said that one thing he wanted to do was lay out why it's necessary for safety and security of Americans that this is happening. Do you think he made that case?
I thought he started with the necessity. We talked about you need necessity, the objective, then what's the plan. I thought the necessity, laying out the bill of particulars on Iran, was fairly effective, not entirely accurate, as you just pointed out. I think it's important to remind people of what Iran is about. It is a real threat. There are reasons to be doing what we're doing. I thought when he laid out the objectives and the plan, I don't think we heard too much. And my takeaway was that we might be in for an escalation of this war. I mean, he said if there's not a deal, he put back on the table.
He didn't talk about a deal very much.
Well, he said there's not a deal. The energy targets, everything else he'd been talking about. So
he said if not by April 6th, then we're going to start bombing all of their, well, not all, hopefully not all, but we're going to start bombing energy infrastructure. And that's going to be, you know what? I'm going to be real with you. That is kind of a war crime. When I was reading his tweet and I'm like, we're going to destroy wells. Like, well, you're going to destroy their water desalination centers and energy infrastructure. And I'm like, war crimes? Like, you know, you're gonna have to justify this eventually. And if you don't win the midterms, bro, Trump is gonna go to jail off that. He's gonna go to jail for war crimes. Why? Because you're gonna have to justify how that was more of a military hit than a civilian hit. Like how that affected the military more than it affected civilians. And I'm sorry, but there's no way you're gonna be able to argue that.
If we were thought we might hear a de-escalatory speech, so we're going to wrap this up in a couple weeks. Actually, I heard something quite different.
I really hope he doesn't commit to that because, yeah, it would be war crimes at a certain point. If he doesn't win that midterms, oh, he's cooked. He's cooked.
And he said he visits the families at Dover, and he said we must honor them by completing the mission. And then he basically threatened Iran that we're going to prepare to send you back to the Stone Age. So I think this war is going to continue for some time. I mean, that's what I heard.
I thought it was striking that while he had a chance to speak to the Iranian leadership, the replaced Iranian leadership, he did not make an offer or any discussion.
Oh, God, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys, because after this video, I'm going to go ahead and let in Backset and Monty to have another round. But make sure you double tap that screen and like the video.
Of what the U.S.-Iran relationship could look like. I mean, these are two countries that have every reason that they could be natural allies. Historically, at various moments, long time ago, they were. But there was only threat to the Iranian leadership. There was no incentive. I thought the second really interesting thing was that the president basically dismissed the operations to go get the nuclear material. You may remember that when this war started, that was supposed to be the number one objective: keep Iran from making a bomb. And that means taking away the near bomb grade material. This time he said it would take months.
And, you know, just because I got to prove myself on this one here. Now, guys, when I said that it is a war crime, yes, it is. Yes, attacking energy and water infrastructure that is indispensable to the survival of the civilian population is widely considered a war crime under international law. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure, such as power plants, water treatment facilities, desalination plants, violate the Geneva Convention and their additional protocols. Like, yeah, I mean, that's a war crime, and that's why I don't want him to commit to it. God forbid he does it. Because, I mean, yeah, he's going to hurt the IRGC, but he's also going to hurt the civilians of Iran. Like, the innocent people who had nothing to do with this. Who got nothing to do with this. Whoops, wrong video.
For them to get near the nuclear dust.
I mean, just last Monday, a little over a week ago, I asked the president about getting that enriched uranium, and he said that it would be very easy for the United States to go in and get it. The other thing here is the Strait of Hormuz. The president seemed to back up and confirm reporting there that he's not interested in the United States having control of it or having that settled if the United States does end this war.
Well, and that's inconsistent. I mean, one thing he complained about the Obama administration and sanctions relief and everything, but if Iran comes out of this controlling the Strait of Hormuz and being able to meter ships that go through there and taking a cut of every ship, they're going to make hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. So that if that is the outcome here strategically, that is not good if our objective is to contain Iran. Yeah, he called on our allies to come in and help in the strait.
And this is where everybody's confused because, I mean, one, they're able to sell their oil unsanctioned for some reason. And then two, I mean, like I said, they control the Strait of Hormuz and they're able to let all of their allies through, but not ours. So, yeah, this is why everybody's sitting there going like, well, what do you mean a win? What are you talking about? They still control a critical point of trade.
Might be willing to help, but I heard him say we kind of would lead that mission from behind, hoping that our allies might step up, which I'm not sure they're going to do. Look, it's a difficult mission. He said it's easy. It's not. You got to have assets that can, Caitlin, shoot down anti-ship missiles and drones. It's hard. We did this in the Red Sea with a small coalition. It's a very difficult military mission and strategic equation. And the way we're talking about our allies every day, I don't see the allies really signing up to take on this mission. They should. I mean, they should. It is in their interest to do it. We should stay on them. But I think the Strait of Hormuz remains a very unresolved issue here. I didn't really hear an answer.
Well, I mean, if what Brett's hearing is that there's a potential escalation here. The president talked to Americans about rising gas prices, but he said that they would come down after the war is over. I mean, if the war is going on for 2 to 3 more weeks, maybe longer than that, do you think that was sufficient?
Well, they're going to start to come down. I think he's right to recognize it. He's trying to show the American public that he hears their anxiety about it. And I do think gas prices are going to be one of the drivers of public opinion on the war. I think Brett's right about what he said about the allies, though. He called on our allies to come in and take over the strait and deal with the strait. Now, he's mostly talking about Japan and Korea. Both of them get about half their oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz. But he's also talking about Europe. And I think the heads of state of our NATO allies need to have heard this message pretty loud and clear. We've maintained bases in their countries. We've fueled their economies. We've protected them from Russia for 75 years. And they wouldn't let us use our own bases in their country to.
Yeah, but let's be real, though. Let's be real. NATO was an alliance to where if anybody attacked them or attacked us, they join in. If anybody attacked them, we join in. Not we can just drag each other's into each other conflict. Like, that's not what it was for. So it's kind of crazy how everybody playing stupid about this NATO alliance and how it's supposed to work. It was supposed to be like, hey, if somebody attacked me, you guys pull up. Not, oh, no, I can drag you into whatever conflict I want. Oh, yeah. And by the way, not only am I dragging you into this conflict, but I'm going to make you clean up the mess as well. Like, I'm sorry, but I get the whole argument on they should be paying for their own damn defense. But, bro, doing them like this is not it.
Engage in our national security here. And I think that, I'm a big supporter of NATO. Most Republican senators I talk to are.
It's like you taught them that lesson on the fly. It's like they didn't even see it coming. Nobody's seen it coming, honestly. But, well, I mean, us over here seeing this whole war about to pop off. But everybody around the world, yeah, they got caught by surprise. And now we're pretty much telling them, oh, well, our European allies or NATO, pretty much telling them, yeah, I know we started this war. And I know the mess is mainly affecting you. But, yeah, we're going to need you to go ahead and step in and clean up. Like, come on, guys. That's not it.
As well, but I think there's a real schism here, and I think if our allies they need to hear the president tonight, and it's time to get on the horse and ride.
Well, I should note, the president saying that he could withdraw from NATO. It was his Secretary of State who did co-sponsor a bill saying the president can't unilaterally do so. He needs Congress to help him. Karen, overall, not just on NATO, what do you think Americans heard in that speech 1 month in?
Look, if you are concerned about your own pocketbooks, and let's be honest, that's what most Americans were probably listening for. They're listening for, how's this going to affect my life, my economy? You weren't reassured. As Brett pointed out, if we're talking about an escalation, he's talking about 2 to 3 more weeks. Then we're looking at, and he said this was going to be over in 4 weeks. Then we're talking 7 to 8 weeks. And the kind of escalation he was talking about doesn't sound like it's just going to be 2 to 3 more weeks. We're sort of joking about this. Everything's 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. So that's a concern. And even in his conversation about the economy, he said, oh, it was so great a month ago. No, it wasn't. People were, his numbers on the economy have been going down steadily for quite some time. So I don't think people heard anything to make them feel reassured about.
Yeah. And here's the thing, though. It's like, we're not tripping over a bad month. January was great. Job numbers were great in January. Inflation, all that good stuff was great. February, bro, that was a bit concerning, but it's explainable. Here's the thing, though. It's not looking like we're going to have any better numbers for March since we're in this conflict with Iran and since prices are rising. And that's probably going to, but lean into inflation a little bit. So when inflation goes up from the whole, God forbid that touches inflation now. But like if inflation goes up by at least 0.4%, don't be surprised.
Why
But we'd still be under 3%. So, I mean, it wouldn't be all that bad.
did we have to do this right now? I know he tried to make this imminent argument, but again, the fact checkers will, I think, correct that. And he did not make a case he didn't call people to action, to be a part of this. He really tried to, and I don't think people are going to believe that just because he says it should be over, that everything all of a sudden is going to go back to normal. I don't think people buy that.
In terms of a deal being reached, the
all
president
right, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, and let's go ahead and bring back our two the two debaters in. Shout out to my man Sid. Shout out to my man Monty.
You need to refer to me as the master debater.
The master debater Monty. But
Yo, bro, yes, you need to. Dude, why do you not support Israel, bro? What?
I don't support Israel. What? Fuck Israel.
You don't? We kill more children than you. You don't support that,
bro.
No, you don't. You don't have us beat by 1,000,000 miles. You know how many black children die from Planned Parenthood?
Ooh. Yeah.
Well, we do. We don't have black children because we don't allow black Jews. But, bro, come on, let us go. Come on.
No, Sid, come on, bro. That joke was a bit too accurate, bro.
Sorry, dude. I understand them,
bro. Anyway. No, everybody is spinning this like they're creating their own objectives and their own fucking armchair quarterback of the situation. Well, this is what he needs to do. And then a couple days later, well, he didn't do this and he really needed to do this. Bitch, who the fuck are you?
Monty, did you hear my question? I think you dipped out of the last debate we had like a couple of minutes ago. I asked what you think is going to happen 2, 3, 4 weeks out from right now at this point. Like, what is your prediction?
Do you think I have a fucking crystal ball? I don't make. Okay.
You can make a prediction. You can make a prediction.
I will make a prediction. In 2 to 3 to 4 weeks, I will be about 10 jumps into my skydiving A license.
I'm done.
I'm talking about with the conflict, obviously, motherfucker.
So, I don't know. I really don't know. I think more than likely Trump. I don't know what's going to happen.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm not going to sit here and try to military strategize like these fucking CNN anchors are doing. I'm not going to say, oh, Trump needs to do this and he needs to do that. And I'm not going to create false narratives of a goal around a situation that I'm not handling. Like, what sense does that make to do that? Anybody that's doing that should be discounted as illegitimate and uncredible.
Not what he needs to do or just what you think will be happening. And by the way, I'll give my prediction, and I'm sure S.E.T would give his prediction. Like, we could all go.
That doesn't make predictions. Haven't you heard?
No, he will. You would, right?
No, don't.
I mean, if you ask me, sure, but Monty's gonna nail me into a corner in about a couple weeks later.
and we're gonna nail him into that corner if his prediction's wrong here. So let's hear it, Monty.
That's why I'm not going to make a prediction. This is a volatile situation.
But you seem very supportive of it.
I am very supportive of it because the end goal or the end result I am in favor of.
So you can predict the end result, but you can't predict 2 to 3 weeks.
The end goal and the end result. I am absolutely supportive of the end goal and the end result.
We would all be.
Are you
probably
not
in favor?
Wait. You are supportive of Iran not having a nuclear weapon, not having ballistic missiles, not having an oppressive regime.
That was just about what I was going to say.
Yeah.
We would probably all support the end goal, whatever that might be. The end reality is a totally different story. That's why I'm asking. 2 to 3 weeks, I'm giving the same timeline Trump gave. What do you think is going to be happening?
In 2 to 3 weeks, I think if things haven't gone the way Trump wants it to go, I think he's going to rain holy hell on them and then just act like he won everything and leave.
Okay, that won't solve anything.
It'll demoralize the fuck out of them.
True.
I
But
heard you say.
I mean, they're going to have their response to that for sure.
That's cool. They can keep shooting missiles and missing by 5 miles.
It'll probably, if Trump makes good on his promise of hitting a ton of civilian infrastructure.
He didn't say civilian. Why are you putting that moniker on what he said? He never said civilian infrastructure.
He said energy infrastructure and
energy
desalination
infrastructure.
plants. And he also said bridges.
Bridges are military targets, Sid.
Can be.
I mean,
No, they are. That is
but they're also civilian infrastructure.
Civilian use. If it has heavy civilian use, then I don't know.
Incorrect. Any bridge is a legitimate military target because
a majority of their energy infrastructure is civilian use. A majority of their desalination plants are civilian use.
And if you can make the case that it supports the military or the war effort, it is a legitimate target.
No, that's true. No, yeah, you're right. If you can make it a legitimate argument that it's mainly used to support war,
not mainly used. That provides
as mainly by civilians more than for military use. You just can't have one military car drive on that bridge and be like, oh, that's a target.
No,
I don't even know why you're arguing this, Monty, because you've already written off international law, so you don't even care about this stuff. Anyway.
No, I mean I really don't. But we're having a conversation about international law.
So who gives a fuck? And by the way,
who gives a fuck? Yeah, why are you asking me the question?
I want to pitch this to you.
No, I wasn't asking you.
To get caught up on war crimes later on. I want to ask. Then let's switch up the.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
It's not a war crime the first time.
All right then. All right. Well, at least we got that out the way.
I think he should. But he won't. He won't.
I won't what?
Oh no, he won't get caught up on war crime if he does commit to this strike. If he does commit to the strike,
so you're actively saying right now you want our sitting president to fail. That is un-American.
What are you talking about?
If he commits war crimes, I would love for him to get prosecuted for
war crimes as defined by who? A fucking liberal lunatic?
No, not defined by me. As defined by the UN. As defined by the treaties.
You're already defining it before it's even happened.
Signatories.
You're already setting the precedent.
I'm not. No, I didn't set this precedent.
Any type of civilian infrastructure, you always got to prove that it's mainly being used for military use more than civilians.
You do
if it
not
cause
have to
any
prove
type of harm or any substantial harm on the civilians, then it will be seen as a war crime.
You're complete. You have to mitigate harm caused to civilians.
So Monty,
energy infrastructure.
So Monty, when Iran retaliates and strikes all of the region's desalination plants,
which they've already done before this. Wait.
No, they haven't. If you think they have, you're in for a big awakening. But when they do,
if we're going to be so butthurt about desalination plants, why are we not having the same hoorah about them doing it already? They've already done this.
Yeah, that was a war crime.
Why are you not calling for the fucking regime to be brought up in The Hague?
That was a war crime.
If that's what you really care about.
That was a war crime. What do you want me to say? That was a war crime. Yeah.
So we're dealing with war crimes.
And it was a war crime when we hit their energy infrastructure in the middle of Tehran and made it rain oil and decreased everyone in that fucking city's lifespan by 5 years. So what do you want me to say?
It is not a war crime to hit oil. It is not.
It was. Yes, it was.
Oh, you're the adjudicator of war crimes now? Damn, Sid, you need to add that into your resume.
Oh, you are, Monty? You gotta add that too. We could do the same game.
Accusations of war crimes against the sitting U.S. president. Do you not see how laughable that is?
Yeah, the sitting U.S. president that ran on committing war crimes. You know, this motherfucker ran on striking the family members of terrorists. That is
No,
a
that was
war crime.
Obama. That was Obama.
No,
That he
that
didn't
was
run on
Trump.
it. He just did it.
Trump said we need to fucking strike their family members. That will be deterrence. That is a war crime. This guy has no qualms about committing war crimes since his
No,
first term.
they have no qualms about flying buildings into our or flying planes into our buildings. So I have no qualms about their families
I
dying.
mean, Iran didn't do that.
Iran funded it with Saudi
Oh,
Arabia.
and Saudi Arabia, you mean our ally? Our very great
Yeah,
ally?
I don't agree with us being allies with Saudi Arabia. Really, the Saudi Arabian
Okay.
government has changed, though. The regime has changed through the years to a different
How
dynasty.
so? How so?
Well, they're not
Could you
funding.
detail that
They're
for
not
me?
funding massive terrorist attacks against the United States anymore. So that's a start.
None of their elite families are funding any terrorists.
No, but they're moving money through. They're moving money. What the fuck, dude? Like
What do you mean, dude? What are you talking about?
none of their elite families. I didn't say that. I said that
I mean that's what the Bin Ladens were.
the
An
Bin
elite
Ladens were not.
Saudi family.
The Bin Ladens were not fucking a part of the Saudi Arabian government.
They were an elite family within the Saudi Arabian government. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And your point? Were they the government? Can we go to war with a family?
Were they the government? I mean, that's a dumb question. I mean,
Yep. And there goes our guy Monty. Man, yeah, I had about 3 minutes left though.
anyway, okay. What are your thoughts, host?
Oh, well, shoot. My thoughts right now. Well, what on the whole war crimes argument?
Just like what we were talking about. I guess
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much. You guys are pretty much talking about the whole war crimes argument and all that good stuff. I mean, the reason I asked that is because when I was reading up on it, I'm looking up under the Geneva Convention in the UN, and I'm like, yeah, this would constitute a war crime. And I mean, the problem is like both sides have been committing war crimes. I'm not gonna sit here and act like Iran's innocent, but Iran don't hold their leaders accountable. We do. And if Trump lose that midterms, what do you think they're going to spend their time doing? Like, this is like trying to impeach him. And this would be like their best use. This would be their best thing to bring up on their case would be this.
Oh, yeah. And another thing is like we put a lot more pressure on the person that started the conflict. I don't think Iran started this conflict personally.
They did.
I think we did.
No, they absolutely did.
Okay.
They attacked our ships in January and in February.
Our ships that were where?
In international waters.
Wait, where? Doing what?
They attacked our ships in international waters in January and the beginning of
too
February.
vague for me, Monty. Where were they?
What do you mean? Where were they?
Where were the ships?
In international waters. I just said that.
Yeah, where?
February?
In international waters. That's all that matters.
Whoa.
Okay.
When was this? I never heard about that. Iran attacked
I know
our
you
ships
haven't
in
heard about that
January?
because that breaks the whole narrative that this was
No,
some
it's because it's not. Hold on.
attack.
Based on
Dude.
from reports from early 2026, Iran did not directly attack a U.S. ship in January 2026. Now, did I mislead you
Really?
about that?
Really?
Monty just learned about this from what's her name? Panda.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she explained it well, but keep reading, Seth.
All right, so let me see. I'm going based on reports from early 2026. Iran intensified threats and attacks against maritime ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and this was in February. So you said January, right?
End of January, beginning of February. Yes. They were conducting naval operations and exercises of fire in the Strait of Hormuz as our shipping vessels were going through. And in late January, we intercepted drones flying over the head of our shipping vessels.
Yeah,
And
but that's
then-
not them. So hold on. You said that they attacked us.
They did.
Yeah.
That's
And
not.
That's
they didn't
not an
attack us.
Can you
attack.
I
let me
remember that.
finish?
They were
Can
doing
you let me
naval
finish?
drills. They were doing naval drills in the Strait of Hormuz, and then I remember that drone. Well, that was never verified as an attack.
The fuck, bro, why does everything have to be verified without a shadow of a doubt when it happens to
Well,
Iran? But the
Well,
second
here's the
something
thing. You
happens on
said that
our
they
end,
started it, right? And I mean, well, we're
yes.
the ones who preemptively struck them. And then you're talking
No.
about a strike that happened in the Strait,
When did
or
we
they
strike
attacked our
Iran?
ships, but they didn't attack our
When
ships.
did we strike
The
Iran?
reason you know this is bullshit is because our government doesn't even proffer this fucking nonsense as a justification.
It doesn't matter. That is
Yeah,
fucking.
it does matter, bro. Because
it
if it
doesn't.
was
So
if it was legitimate, if it was compelling, they would latch onto it with everything they have because they're losing on this narrative, right?
they're losing on the narrative because people like you want to fucking bury your heads in the sand because it's anything
It's
but
not
Trump.
just people like me. You can't keep saying that when it's
People
like
like
a
me. It
when
absolutely
it's
is
a
people like you.
when it's a super majority that is against this war.
It's not a supermajority against the war. What polling have you seen? Because last time I checked, it was 85% approval rating amongst the Republican Party.
Republican Party, that is
We
different
don't care
than
what the Democrats say when they fucking say everything Trump does is bad.
the vast majority of the American public, which are
Fuck the vast majority
independents.
of the American public. The vast
And
majority of the American public can't even point to Iran on a map.
so Trump can't fucking point to
So?
Iran on a map, you idiot.
Oh, really? Because he fucking hit 3 of their nuclear sites and 5,000 of their other sites. I'm pretty
He
sure.
didn't. Our military did, bro. He can't
Oh,
fucking point to that. He thought fucking Finland was a part of Russia. Are you kidding?
what?
Yeah. You didn't know about that?
Okay, bud. Either way,
You
it
never heard
doesn't.
about that? You didn't
No,
know
I
about
haven't
that?
heard about
Okay.
that. Stop detracting from the argument because you're fucking losing.
Okay. Well, your fucking grandpa, supreme leader, doesn't know where Iran is on the map. So don't lecture
How do
us.
you know that? How do you figure that? Because I'm pretty sure he's
Because I
conducting.
hear him speak, bro.
Because you
And
hear him speak.
he goes, oh yeah, you watch the videos and they go fire, 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 boom, 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 fire, boom, boom. This guy is losing it, and
Stop projecting because you're. Stop.
it is
Stop projecting
beyond
because
me
Grandpa
that
Biden
you're
fucking doesn't know where his fucking
okay.
ass is from his
Find a
elbow.
video of me taking up for Biden like you are fucking taking up for Trump right
I'm
now.
not taking up for Trump.
You are,
I
dude.
am saying your opinion when you're literally going to bash anything the guy does is not fucking rooted.
And by
in
the
any-
way, I think you put Biden alone in a room right now and Trump. I would actually bet money that Biden could point to Iran on a map before Trump. Life or death. Who you put money on?
Biden, yeah, Biden can point to the chocolate pudding on his shirt.
Nope, that wasn't the question.
I'd put $100 million on it that Trump could do it over Biden.
Okay.
At least Trump
Right.
knows where he's at.
Not really. I mean, you see him walk into conference rooms and be like, "Where's Pam Bondi? Where's JD Vance?" And he just walks right by him.
You have proved my point. You're just a detractor, and you're just fucking. This is ad hominem
I'm
thrown at a
not
guy
just
you
a
don't like.
detractor, Monty. Come on, give me a little bit more
We're
credit.
talking. We're talking about a situation, and you're talking about how Trump is fucking stupid. Like, fuck
Oh,
off.
come on. Like, I didn't have to hear this for years about Biden, and I agree. Biden was senile. He was losing it.
You agree
Here's
after
the
the
thing,
fact,
though.
but your party didn't fucking seem to think.
And time, guys. Time on that one. Don't worry, guys. I'll bring you back up in about 5 to 7 minutes. And when we come back, we'll go ahead and bring in our man, the original backyard gamer. So shout out our original backyard gaming. Hey, what's up to you, brother? Well, all right, guys, let's get right back into it.
A brand new CNN poll finds that the president's approval on the economy has fallen to an all-time career low for him of 31%. It has never been lower for President Trump. This only begins to tell the story, though, of the president's problems on the economy. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. As I said, this is just scratches the surface because there are some other numbers here that are really staggering.
This is no April Fool's joke. This is a disaster. All these numbers are a disaster for President Trump. I mean, let's just talk about inflation, which is the name of the game. Okay, highest disapprovals on inflation about this time in a presidency. Whenever you have Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter on the board and you're matching them or slightly exceeding them when it comes to inflation, you know it's bad. Look at this, 72%. And our latest CNN poll say they disapprove.
I mean, here's the thing. Inflation has went down, but let's be real. Doesn't mean that inflation disappeared. All inflation going down is like I said, it means that prices stop going up quickly or quicker. So like the problem is that one, he should have been focusing more on inflation instead of focusing and getting into a war with Iran. He should have been focusing on the economy and affordability more than a war with Iran. And I'm gonna be honest with you, he wouldn't be in this position. Let's be real. He was honestly like a little bit underwater when it came to this last month before the war. And this is when I was saying that if the Republicans or Trump do not focus on affordability, they're going to cook themselves. And I mean, here they are focusing on a war instead of affordability, something that actually, well, that can actually help Americans. And be honest with you, something that's tangible that we can feel in our hands and we can see in our face. I'm sorry, but I can't see the bombs being dropped in Iran.
The president on inflation. Joe Biden, an average of polls at this point in his presidency, 68%. And Jimmy Carter, whose presidency, just like Joe Biden's, was absolutely wrecked by inflation, was at 66%, about at this point in his presidency back in 1978. Donald Trump, even worse than they are. So you see it here. And the one word is, or phrase I might say is, oh my goodness gracious, what a disaster.
And just what's so interesting here is inflation was way higher.
Yes.
So they just, right now, voters don't like what the president is doing on it, even if it isn't as high as it was at these other times. What about gas prices?
What about gas prices, which of course is part
I'm gonna be honest with you, it's only this high because he's in this conflict with Iran or this war with Iran, however you want to say it. It's only because of this. If he was outside of this and he was actually working on affordability, these numbers would be a lot better.
This inflation picture, only making this number climb ever higher. How about disapprove on gas prices? Okay, disapproval ratings on gas prices. Biden's worst number, his worst number in any poll I could find, was 72% disapprove of Joe Biden on gas prices. Donald Trump right now in our CNN poll, 76%. 76%.
And let me tell you why that is. Because, you know, I'm be real with you, Biden, we kind of just knew what it was with him. We just seen gas prices get out of control. We seen inflation go up and up. And we seen that they was bullshitting us. Like, we seen that. We understood it. We hated them for it, but we get it. Now, and we didn't expect it to get better. But with Trump, there was an expectation for it to get better. And when you sit there and you dangle gas for like, what, $2.60 for like 3 months, and then you just rip it away from Americans, yeah, the middle class and below is going to feel that. Small businesses, even big business, is going to feel that. So I'm sorry, but you just can't play it off telling us short-term pain with long-term gains. As you see, the people is not hearing that.
In 4 Americans disapprove of the way that Donald Trump is handling gas prices. And again, the gas prices were higher during Biden, but the increase has been so dramatic. Oh, under the last month under Donald Trump, we're talking about an increase of about $1. It's the
guys, we got about 20 of y'all in the vertical chat. Go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's go ahead and show some engagement by double tapping that screen and smashing the like button.
Highest increase that we've seen since at least 1991 in terms of raw dollars. No wonder this number is so high. He is beating or doing even worse than Joe Biden was on gas prices, which of course was such a major issue.
So talk about his disapproval on the economy. Put it in historical perspective.
Okay, so you see the gas prices here, disaster. You see the inflation here, disaster. How about the economy? You know, you mentioned it was the worst in terms of the approval rating for Donald Trump in any poll we've conducted. How about highest disapprovals on the economy about this point in term 2? Look at this. These are the worst. In our poll, 69% disapproved of Donald Trump on the economy. For George W. Bush, it was 57% in terms of the average. Barack Obama, 56%. Donald Trump is crushing him on a metric you don't want to be crushing anybody on, which is disapproval ratings on the economy. He's double digits worse. I was looking at some other polling data, also above the 57 and 56%, the worst of all time at this point in term number 2. It's the economy dragging Trump down, being, of course, accelerated by inflation being so bad. And, of course, the gas prices just adding up. It's like a pancake tower, and you're just reaching the top. And this is not a tower you want to climb.
One of the things you deal with when you deal with economic sentiment is how people feel things are going to be. So what are the prediction markets saying about where they see inflation go?
Yeah, where does the Kalshi prediction market say that we're going on inflation? Chance CPI year over year is above 4%. In any month in 2026, 64%. That would be for the first time since 2023. So the inflation tower that we're going up, it seems like there are more steps on a stairway, certainly not to heaven, more like hell if you're the president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, the White House certainly doesn't want the predictions to be right about this. That's clear.
Oh, God.
Right. Excellent. Panel is back.
Because we're at a nice little 2.4% inflation. Not perfect, but it's better than what we were under Biden. I'll tell you that. But that could all disappear if this war keeps on going.
David Chalian, who, of course, knows these numbers better than anyone else. David, the economy was an issue that...
And remember, it's not about gas being cheaper under Biden. It's about having the Americans experience those low prices and just rip it away from them in a matter of a month. And then say, oh, we're sorry, we're taking a detour. It's like, okay. Like, it's crazy how y'all thought the American people were just going to take that one on the chin. But, all right.
Pulled up Trump in the first term. Second term, totally different story.
Yeah, totally pulled him up in the first term because...
But all right, though, let's go ahead and bring our guys back on up here, man. Let's go ahead and shout out to my man, Original Backyard Gaming, Monty, and Sid. How's it going, guys?
So before anyone says anything,
I got cut off.
Hey, I opened the fucking lines tonight, bro. Before anyone says anything.
Congratulations.
Monty, shut up. Set.
Yeah.
Okay. Biden had it down to 2.4%. By the way, the reason inflation got so high was because a different country started a war in Europe.
Biden had it down
the
by
biggest.
what was the lowest? He had it down by like 3.4%, I believe.
No, I'm pretty sure by the end of his term it was 2. I'm pretty sure at the end of his term it was 2.4 or 2.5, maybe.
It was at 3.4.
3.4.
And
2024 was 3.4.
You can look it up while I make this other point. Biden also had us experiencing the lowest rate of inflation compared to every other OECD nation, every other comparable nation. Now we are experiencing the highest rate of inflation compared to every other OECD Western first world country nation. So that is the difference. And by the way, we fucking started this.
So
Biden didn't start the war in Ukraine. Biden
No, he just funded it.
All right,
Biden didn't start the COVID
we were
pandemic.
starving and losing jobs and weren't allowed
Hold
to do
on, I do
anything.
got
It
to
was
read
okay
this
to
out
send
because
missiles
Sid
to
made the
Ukraine.
claim. So yes, year-over-year inflation at the end of 2024, as Joe Biden terms near its conclusion, was reported at a range of 2.9 to 3%, with core inflation was noted at around 3.9% near the end of
Like
his
I
term.
said.
So it was the
So,
core
wait.
inflation that was staying around that 3.5%, but like actual
3.9,
inflation.
almost 4% set.
Yeah.
Wait. Before we go on, I do want to correct a point about this entire narrative. So I've been AFK because of school and a couple of other things. But I have been watching the stock market, and I've been like actually doing an in-depth dive on how things are functioning and what bills are being passed by our government on this war, because there's a project that in Discord I want you guys to be privy to when I'm ready for it. Off of everything I've seen, I've been AFK for almost a month now because I've been looking at this stuff day after day. So I'm not pulling anything out of my butt.
All right, let's get into it.
Out of everything that I've seen, these gas prices are actually artificially inflated. The United States, we're even gonna take it back far as what was it, full calendar year 2024. So under Biden's last year, all the way up until the current moment, we are by and large a net exporter of petroleum. We produce so much oil that we sell it on the open market. So when economists get together and they look at this, okay, we're a net
Which, for the
exporter,
record, is a good thing right now.
Yeah. We're a net exporter, why are gas prices going up? You got to look at Chevron, ExxonMobil, BP, all these other oil companies. And what they found is they're skimming a lot, not some, a lot off of the top. We're talking about upwards of 15 to 26% off the top. That's the cost that we are eating. The war is a front. We don't import any oil from Iran. I don't know why this keeps getting propagated through the
Because
news.
it's part of the global supply, and if there's
Yeah,
scarcity,
you don't understand that it's a global supply.
No. Let me finish. Stop. Let me finish. So the United States supplies right now, even though it don't seem like a lot, about 15% of the world's global oil, especially after the Venezuela oil capture. We process it, we sell it. Before the Venezuela oil capture, we supplied the global market with around 13%. So with Venezuela 15, without 13. So a 2% gain with Venezuela.
At a 100% increase in price, just for the record.
Yeah. So, and this is according to NASDAQ, S&P, and a site called FMP.
So, but guess
Foxtrot
what though?
Mike.
But here's the thing though, because of this war, even if you're right, because of this war, they're able to run this scheme, and nobody knows any better. So still, because of this war, gas prices are high.
Hold on. Because of this war. No, you talked. Gaming talk. It's my turn to talk. You guys both just shut me down, and I got cut off the last time.
Bro, there's more to it. I'm getting to that point. I'm condensing everything down. So
gotta speed it up, bro.
That's what I'm doing. This entire war, what a lot of this price is because we can't ship our gas to Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Kuwait, our oil to those places for processing so they can take their cut off of it, because that's all they do is take their cut for processing. Basically, we have to ship it to UK. Some goes to Ukraine, some goes to China, some goes to Japan. So we're having to ship it to these other places that actually don't have the capacity.
This is just completely made up, bro. This is just completely made up.
It's not made
You
up.
are pulling this out of your ass. We are shipping oil to England and Ukraine and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. No, we are not.
Sid, it's not the convenient truth you want to hear. Oopsie daisy.
No,
Now be quiet so I can finish
you're totally wrong.
Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm trying to get through my statement.
Okay, well, try to tell the truth.
Stop. So, originally we were sending oil. If you would listen and quit being so quick to talk, we were originally sending that oil to the fields in Saudi Arabia. It's part of that freaking agreement we have with Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait. You would know that if you read it. Well, right now, the Gulf is a little occupied. So as a result, we're having to lower our oil output and send it to countries that don't have the maximum capacity that Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, all these other countries, these Arab countries have. And then with the blowing up of that oil refinery on Saudi Arabia's eastern side next to the Gulf, which is where most of that was happening, all of it's having to be rerouted through the Red Sea to their western processing plant, which is a lot smaller. That's why the prices are so high.
All right, go ahead, Mike.
Anyway, all of this, especially with.
Sorry, go ahead. Just go. Sorry. I'm not laughing at you, Monty. Go ahead.
So all of this is, I mean, thinking about it right now, it's all a little pretty convenient that we just locked in a deal with Venezuela to buy their oil at $55 a barrel, what market price was then, and now it's 100 and something a barrel, and we're exporting that oil. Not to mention, all of that money comes back into our economy. So realistically, we're making 25-30% of that increase just coming right back into our economy. So
we already were a net exporter under Biden. We actually set records of net exporting.
What? So
under
you're
Biden.
literally just going to play team sports, and you're not actually listening to anything anybody's saying.
No. I am listening.
Biden was 4 years ago.
That was actually part of the conversation when we first jumped into this
But
call.
here's the caveat.
So
it was the last year. We weren't an exporter
We
under
were
Biden's first.
we were literally breaking our
yes, we were.
oil
Yes, we
reserves.
were. Yes, we were. You
Our
want to bet on
strategic
that,
oil
gaming?
reserves were fucking depleted.
Do you want to bet on that? Do you want to bet?
Yes, I do want to bet because I know it's the truth. Our strategic oil reserves were depleted
No.
after Trump
The
filled them
bet
up.
is that we were not a net exporter.
We've always
under
been a
the
net
majority
exporter.
of Biden's term.
We have always been a net exporter. That's not
Okay,
nothing. That's nothing Biden did.
So then you disagree with what gaming says. And what I was saying is
I
we
didn't say
broke
that.
records.
Can you shut up and listen, not listen to
Oh,
yap?
you didn't hear what he said, I guess. You didn't. Sometimes I'm not just talking to you, Monty. Sometimes I'm talking to the other people in the call.
Well, you also haven't let me talk since I've literally come back on. All I got to
I
say
haven't let you. What do you mean? Go ahead.
So with all of that being said, our exporting has increased. So even if it was record numbers, we're now at record numbers. So that kind of falls out the window. We just secured a deal for I think 80 million barrels of oil a month with Venezuela at $55 a barrel, while it's sitting at
projected to go up also.
while it's sitting at 115. That's $60 a barrel profit that we're just fucking skimming right off
That
the
would
top.
probably be awesome if we didn't close down 20% of the world's oil and LNG.
I mean, we didn't close it down. Iran did.
Oh, well, we did with our actions, but yeah.
No, that's not how that works. You're responsible for your own actions. We didn't say the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Iran
well,
did.
every action will have a reaction. So
That's not our actions. That's the reactions, i.e., the actions of
to
somebody else.
our actions. The reaction to our action.
No, only a liberal thinks that everything is reactionary.
I mean,
People
it
take
wasn't
responsibility
closed.
for their own actions on my side of the
Monty,
pond.
the Strait of Hormuz was not closed before we started Operation Epic Fury. So,
okay, what's your point?
The point is, it was a reaction to that. That's what closed it.
That means somebody pursued an action, right? Can I fucking speak, or are you just going to cut me off? Because all I've done now is respond.
Dude, I haven't been cutting you off. We're going back and forth.
This entire time is respond to your interruptions.
Yep, Sid, come on now. Chill, let him cook. Kai's how to contain.
Am I actually interrupting that much?
Yeah, you are. You interrupted him like 3 times. Like,
okay.
But with all that being said, this is a reactionary, volatile market based off of a war that's going on. It is a fucking temporary thing that we are benefiting from, even though American citizens are paying higher gas prices. It is going to stimulate the economy just through the raw numbers in exports that we are doing, that we have captured at one price, selling at another price. That's fucking awesome. That's essentially, we bought a long position in oil as the United States government, and it's paid off in dividends. Is essentially what's happened here. But that doesn't assuage people that are paying $5 a gallon for gas. I mean, I told you fuckers to buy a fucking EV. You didn't want to listen to me. I can't control you. But that doesn't that is a we're sitting here complaining that gas is $4 a gallon, $5 a gallon. Maybe if the state of Washington didn't have $1.50 fucking cents per gallon gas tax on it, we'd be at $3.50 a gallon for gas. Maybe if president didn't decide that we're going to cancel the presidential contracts for the Keystone Pipeline, we wouldn't be sitting at a supply crunch. All of these problems literally stem back to us saying, hey, let's not do these things and neuter ourselves, because it creates these problems down the road when we want to fucking show dominance. So now that we're here and everybody's bitching, even though the gas prices are lower than what they were under Biden, and I heard someone say, oh, they spiked up real quick. 2021? They didn't go from $1.85 a gallon gas to fucking $3. That didn't happen. Did we forget about that all of a sudden?
Well, people did vote for better.
Yeah, people voted for better, and they're getting better. Arguably, objectively, they are getting better.
I do want to ask S.E.T to Google
Great point, Monty. I don't want to interrupt.
which president
So
struck down the Keystone Pipeline. I want to have
That would be
out
Joe
there
Biden.
for reference. No, I want it. I want to have it out there for reference in black and white, so there's no denying. Because I know this information. Because I remember.
yes, Seth, could you put that in the congressional record real quick? That was Joe Biden.
Yes, that'll be allowed.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen
Thank
from
you,
Montana
sir.
recognize
So
All
we're
right.
just gonna establish
Pardon
everything.
my interruption there. Let the
I'm
court
going to
speak.
reclaim my time.
But all right, so
Yep.
we're establishing that Joe Biden will destroy the Keystone pipeline. All right, gaming, go ahead.
I was gonna say, put that in there because I'm not trying to give away too much of what I'm working on.
I'm gonna check your record set, and it better be in there.
Yeah,
You better
we're gonna
put
do
it in the
an audit.
post tab.
So, I want it in there. I'm gonna give away a little bit. I think Monty, S.E.T, and Sid would really enjoy what I'm working on too when I tell y'all. But there was a bill that was signed about striking down the Keystone pipeline, and it was a bunch of fluff and everything. But that pipeline basically would have run from the northern field. It would have had like 2 or 3 branches in the northern field, helping out Canada and the United States. Because in the Midwest, we have a whole lot of untapped oil that we could pump, and we have a lot of it. And they could just transport it down to Texas. Well, Biden axed that, and as a result, our already low strategic reserves that didn't get filled in time ended up getting depleted because Biden decided it was going to be a good idea to send half of that to Ukraine.
All right, guys.
That would have been.
Now, I got to get in the way, but like, all right, now I do understand the Biden game, but like I said, we voted for better. We expecting better, and for some reason we're not getting better. And all you guys can hit us with is but Biden.
Wait. So the expectation, we're just going to gloss over the fact that we should vote for Democrats now because Trump didn't do a good enough job.
Hey! When did S.E.T ever say that, Monty? When did S.E.T ever say vote for a Democrat?
CNN is saying.
No, CNN also never said that.
I know.
No,
I'm reclaiming my
I'm reclaiming my time, fucking senator. Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. S.E.T never said that, and CNN never said that, and fucking gaming is totally wrong about that pipeline. But I have no time to do that because I'm interrupting right now. So I'll shut up again, and you guys can fucking ramble for another 10 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
You know what's
we only have
42
seconds there. Just to clarify, though, so you know, Sid knows that we're being honest here. While President Biden did not physically destroy the existing infrastructure, he effectively halted the project by revoking its essential cross-border permit on his first day in office. This decision led to project's developer TC Energy to officially abandon the Keystone XL expansion in 2021.
Because they literally
a pipeline that wasn't built and oil that still got transported over the border. And
it cost more money to do it because you have to do it by truck.
It'd probably be getting finished right now, honestly.
So hold up. I want to point something out. We actually have more civil conversations, even with all the yelling, than our senators.
Probably not. They're all friends. They're all fucking. You see Lindsey Graham?
So are we.
Hyping it up at Disney. I mean, we're not all at Disney right now. We're not all.
Yeah, but at least
do you want to go to Disney World, Sid? I'll take.
Yeah.
Is that what
Will
this
you
is
actually?
about? Sid needs to go to Disney World.
Will you actually?
Yes. Bro,
We could
Sid, you can come to Disney World with us next month when we go.
We could.
My childhood dream.
Do you want to go? Yeah, we should all go. That would be funny,
bro.
But no, seriously, like
I'm not joking, but yeah.
The amount of stuff that we're getting done and talking about. I've watched a bunch of congressional hearings as of late. These idiots talk about nothing for hours, and I wish I was making that up.
dude. I watch C-SPAN more than anybody else.
Sid, would you vote for me? Would you vote for me in a Republican district?
Depends. Probably, yeah. I'd vote for you.
Yeah.
I'd fucking door knock for you. You kidding me?
Shout out. But all right, guys. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next video. I'll bring you guys back in about 5 to 7 minutes. All right, guys. All right, nice one. All right, a little bit more civil, slightly.
Very clear tonight, and this we send a message to the panicked isolationists, the legacy media mob, the radical hate Trump Democratic Party. This conflict will soon come to an end after the president achieves all of his goals. Most of them have already been achieved, clearly outlined, consistently repeated from the beginning. The first goal, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And now...
will not have a nuclear weapon. Well, guess what? It was never going towards a nuclear weapon, and y'all changed that from nuclear weapon to nuclear enrichment. So if this is about a nuclear weapon, then why are we here? But if this is about nuclear enrichment, then okay, sure, I get it.
They will not have one as a result of the president's promise. Here is the scary part that you rarely hear on other networks. The world's #1 state sponsor of terror was just 7 to 11 days away from reaching weapons-grade enrichment. That's for 11 nuclear weapons in negotiation.
But here's the problem. Honestly, he's right, though. Getting to that 60 to 90% wouldn't have took that long. The problem is making the actual warhead would have took months. It would have took months. People like to say 2 weeks and all that good stuff, but no, to make the actual nuclear material, put it in the warhead and make it, and of course send it off to somewhere, it's going to take some months, guys. Well, really not the send off part, but you guys get what I'm saying. It's like they're trying to make it seem like they can put this together overnight, and that's not it. I mean, they're trying to make it seem like they're a week away, 2 weeks away, and we heard this 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still gonna believe it as if it was any more true 10 years ago.
With Steve Witkoff, the regime stated that it was their God-given right to build a nuclear weapon. Well, now their nuclear facilities, their top nuclear scientists, their nuclear...
They did not say that. They said it was their God-given right to enrich uranium for civilian purposes. Come on now. But I mean, hey, man, you got a war to sell. I get it.
Capability, their missiles, their missile launchers, their missile factories, they're all being obliterated. Most of them are gone. The imminent nuclear threat has been absolved thanks to the president and the brave men and women in our military. To top it off, by the way, they have taken out Iran's Navy, Air Force, Air Defense, military chain of command, and wiped out one obvious goal is the 60% enriched uranium. That cannot end up in the wrong hands, which would be an existential threat to the U.S. and to the world. Now to the second goal. Iran must not be able to hold the region's oil supply hostage in the Strait of Hormuz. We need the free flow of oil at market prices.
It's kind of crazy. It went from, Iran was an imminent threat to now they're an existential threat. And it's like, here's the crazy thing is, like, Iran has never showed proof of going towards a bomb like North Korea did. And well, we don't have proof that they were ever going towards a bomb. We don't even got proof that they're going toward 90% enrichment. We don't even got that. Not even 80. So it's kind of crazy how they're selling this right now. Like I said, as if Iran is just 2 weeks away. And I mean, if they were, let's just use common sense here, guys. If they were, why not been make it? We've been hostile towards them for a minute now. This is why I do believe in their religious law, because like we've been at odds for a minute now. We've got hostile with each other for a minute now. I mean, it's common sense to go towards a nuke. It's only common sense. If I was the Ayatollah, I would have went towards the nuke. That's the only way to back off of U.S. aggression and get the same treatment from the U.S. that North Korea does. So it kind of goes to show, like, what goes against common sense? What will make somebody go against that common sense of getting a nuke that would make U.S. back off? A religious law or some strong principle that they have.
Progress from the peace talks. Another 20 ships that the U.S. sent through are passing through that strait, untouched by the Iranian regime, thanks to an agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Take a listen.
Agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
I mean, and like I said, man, I hate to burst the bubble here. I hate to burst Trump's bubble as well, but those are 20 Pakistani ships. 20 Pakistani ships. What does that do for us? Like, I'm sorry, but yes, Iran has agreed to allow 20 of their Pakistani flag vessels to transit the Strait of Hormuz. I'm sorry, but how does that help us? How does that help our allies? All they're doing is helping out the homie. And he's for some reason framing that as a capitulation from Iran, and I have no idea why. Well, that's probably what his people is telling him.
And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation, but you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up.
Because we don't negotiate in good faith. It's like, bro, the last time, bro, what was it? Before Midnight Hammer, we moved the goalposts on their ass. We was talking about, oh yeah, let's talk about nuclear enrichment. They was feeling real good about it. They came back and we switched up. We was like, yeah, not only do we want you to reduce your nuclear enrichment or get rid of it, but we want you to also, yes, have no more ballistic missiles. And of course, you got to stop, funding those proxies. They was like, hell no. And I mean, to be quite honest with you, like I said, if this is about their nuclear enrichment, then we can handle that through diplomatic matters. But if you want to make it about their proxies and their ballistic missiles, then you want to say, well, their missiles is a defense for their nuclear weapons. Well, I'm be real with you. That can be said about any country's missile capability at that point. So what, we're just going to start stripping everybody of their missiles now? I mean, what, we're going to start stripping people of nukes and missiles? Because we might as well go all the way if that's the logic.
Now, these are specific tankers that the U.S. has approval to send through. They have not touched those. Now, this likely means two things. One, whoever the U.S. is negotiating with from Iran's fractured leadership has real decision-making power. Two, Iran is open to negotiations.
Yeah, you see how they're kind of trying to sell this. Oh, they let through 20 ships. Yes, 10 Pakistani ships. That's their homies. That's their, they literally have a pretty good alliance with each other. So I'm sorry, but Iran letting through 20 Pakistani flag ships doesn't really do anything for us. It helps Pakistan for sure, but not us. And it definitely don't help our allies like Japan.
Although they won't admit it publicly, which means that a negotiated settlement is in fact possible tonight. The ball obviously is in their court. On Truth Social, the president posted the following message, quote, and if I was them, I'd pay attention. The U.S. is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will, and if the Strait of Hormuz is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing.
Which is crazy. And guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys, or wherever you're watching from. Make sure to smash that like button. But don't forget to like the video by double tapping that screen. But let's see here, though. Yeah, this was a part that honestly concerned me. Where he said, let's see here, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electrical generating plants. That's going to harm civilians. So it should be a war crime. Oil wells, that could affect civilians. But I mean, they might look that one over. And Carg Island. I mean, that's basically a military and trade asset. We can do that. That's cool. And possibly all desalination plants. So you're just going to make sure they go through a complete water crisis. Yes, that's going to affect the people. You can't do that, Trump. Don't do it. Don't do it. At least don't do this to water desalination plants, if anything.
Up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Carg Island, and possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposely not yet touched. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Now, in the coming days, Iran will be forced to make another decision. They had a choice before
I mean, you know what? F it, I'll be that guy. Well, I mean, what about the time that we helped Saddam gas Iranians and they lost like over 500,000 people in that war with Iraq? Yeah, I mean, what about then? I mean, I wonder how much people died in that gassing that we helped them do. I mean, you don't think they think about that as well? That's why I said I don't like doing this whole, oh, well, they did this to us. I mean, I'm pretty sure they could play the same damn game with us. Let's just reach to the table. Let's try to find some type of middle ground, diplomacy and all that good stuff. And let's just move past it. Let's get you guys under that watchful eye of your nuclear capability, and let's just move on. But apparently, these guys want war, and they're gonna bring up every bad time possible. And here's the thing: like I said, both sides can sit there and play victim. I mean, Iran could play victim, we could play victim. But the thing is, this has been a tit for tat game.
Night Hammer, they had a choice before
An eye
Epic
for an eye.
Fury, and that is agree to the president's terms. That means hand over the enriched uranium. That means open the Strait of Hormuz or be bombed into the Stone Age while losing the ability to export any oil, make money for their country and fellow countrymen and women. Now, of course, regime change would be great, which kind of already happened now that we're at the fourth and fifth tier of leadership, but that was never the objective of Operation Epic Fury. This was always about securing America, eliminating the nuclear threat to the American people. All right.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
And all right, man, let me go ahead and bring you guys in. That's my man.
I just gotta commend Hannity. I've never seen somebody speak so well with Donald Trump's dick lodged so deep down their throat. I mean,
so you're saying Donald Trump has a big dick?
I don't know how big it is, but it's definitely.
Hey,
Yeah.
I respect you guys, and I need y'all to lay off the personal attacks because it takes away from y'all character of argument. Please stop doing that.
I didn't say shit.
I'll take that under advisement, but I'm my own person, so I'll kind of do what I want respectfully. So,
but all right,
no
guys.
universal for you then.
So
okay.
So what do you guys think about that video so far?
I am gonna say I agree with you, bro. Ain't no way. So what Donald Trump is suggesting is a freaking scorched earth policy, and that's banned like there is no tomorrow because it causes unjust and indiscriminate death, bodily harm, and unnecessary suffering.
You should hear what my wife wants to do to Iran. Hey, babe, what do you want to do to Iran?
Turn them into fucking
Universal
glass.
Studio.
Yeah,
But
I've been sitting back and I've been having to play the role of S.E.T with my wife for the past week because she's like, "Why haven't we just fucking turned them into glass?" And I'm like, "Because we're not those people."
Right. Well, here's the thing. I'm in the fight. Like I don't mind. Like
Feel the same way about New Jersey.
That was out of left field. What did New Jersey do to you?
Your
driver's license is suspended in New Jersey.
You said what?
Sorry, I'm getting over a cold, so I'm coughing. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But,
you sound like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Scorched earth policies, I'm not a fan of. I don't care what president is in
I'm
office.
not.
The minute you start talking about using a scorched earth policy, you already are going down the wrong path in my eyes. Joking or not.
I don't like scorched earth either. What the hell? Did you get rid of the video set?
On accident. Whoops. Whoops a daisy.
Hello?
Don't worry, I got you though. I'll find it. Accidentally
Yo.
Set?
Yo.
I am.
Oh. Wait, am I muted or something?
No, I can hear you.
All right, cool. All right.
So
let me
I
go ahead
am
and get
also
that video.
gonna say that the enrichment and I can speak to this from like observing how they're made. It really doesn't take that long to mount nuclear material to a warhead. The hardest
I said
part
that
is
from 60 to 90 is not going to take that long.
No. I said mounting it.
Huh? Bro, you got to
Mounting
scoot up. We could barely hear you.
Mounting it, like putting it on a delivery vehicle. It doesn't take that long.
Just
It's
melt it.
Ain't no
He's
feelings, I'll tell you
Firmly
that.
grasp it.
He's
Oh
talking
my
about
goodness.
mounting, dude.
Oh, okay, here we go. Bunch of children. It doesn't take that long to place it on a rocket. The hardest part is actually building the rocket. Once you got the rocket built, you're literally just putting it together like a regular warhead.
That's why they did all of those things simultaneously.
Yeah.
Wait, Sat, I gotta go soon, but this is probably the only chance I'll get to ask you. Did you actually look into that super tip thing? Because I think that would be awesome for your channel.
What was? Yo, oh man, I ain't gonna lie. You did send it to me, and what was it
All I
like? A
know
new
is that
way
I
to
want to go
get
to Chuck E.
super
Cheese.
chats or something like that?
Yeah, it's super tip. It's like it's AI voices, but you can program any voice that has a certain amount of recording hours in it. So any super chat could be read out via AI through my voice, through your voice, through Monty's voice, through Trump's voice, any voice,
Oh yeah, are you
any
talking
voice you
about
can
AI
imagine.
chat reads?
Yeah, but it's this program called SuperTip, and also you get to keep 90% of the revenue from it, and they only take 10%, which I think is way better than Super Chat. So
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
yeah,
let's talk. Hey, Sid, Set's already shadow banned to fucking the Shadow Realm. Let's not talk about diverting YouTube money. Let's do that
Yeah,
on Discord.
well, I mean, this is the perfect time for it, right?
Why does Quiet Sid sound like Trump?
I mean, no, I'll look into it. I'll look.
Sorry,
But
Did you say why do I sound
I
like
can.
Trump?
So for the record, I can only hear you through the echo in gaming's mic. I can only hear myself and gaming for some reason.
Wait, really?
Crazy.
Can't unhear it now.
You're fucked up, bro. You can even
I'll be
hear
right
Set.
back.
Yeah, I hear you.
No,
All
I
right.
mean Monty. Can
All right,
Monty even hear
you
you?
can hear.
well, yeah, I got a lot of personal opinions about this war. From a financial perspective, this war, the inflation that's coming from it, it actually doesn't really need to happen, especially considering that most of the oil companies have actually converted their portfolios over from domestic production to net exporting production is the best way to put it without confusing people. And basically, this has very little or no bearing on the overall economy. It's mostly fear mongering. And so, what corporations are doing is taking advantage of the fear and trying to squeeze every last drop out of the common working man. And this is based off of all money. I mean, you could say what you want about it, but when you look at like what the market's doing, when you look at how the money's moving and who the players are,
Hey, Set.
it's not gonna lie.
Set.
Yo.
So this for the record, the crude oil futures is not actually the price of crude oil. It is the speculation market on what we think the price of oil will be next month.
Yep.
Yeah,
He knows that.
Well, most people don't. Most people do not. They're like, "Oh my god, oil's at this price." No, oil's not at this price. Even the news fucking gets that wrong. It is speculation on what the price will be and what it's currently trading at for a month out delivery.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
And
though. When we look at it, though, it does correlate. When we see this rise, gas prices rise. When we see this lowers, gas prices lower. So this is why people look at it, because it
the
does
only
reflect what
reason
you see in
the only
reality.
reason gas prices are high right now, nobody is receiving oil at $100 a barrel. Like no one's receiving this inflated cost of gas.
Not
They
in
are
this country.
they are
Nowhere.
inflating their price of gas because they think next month the price of gas is going to be higher.
Yeah. They're just
Yeah. And by
compensating
the
for
way,
gas.
prices are sticky. So this is going to stick for the next year and a half.
No, the
Year.
fuck
No.
it's not.
So the
Prices are
way that
sticky my ass. Then how did he get
Oh,
it
why are
down to
you kidding,
260 a
Monty?
barrel? Or
Are you kidding?
260?
What do you think the price of a turkey leg I'm going to have to buy your ass is going to be? It's going
I
to be
don't want to
sticky.
fucking hear it. I'm about to get you a VIP pass into fucking Disney World. Just suck a dick. It's $50.
World? Oh my god, I thought it was land. Oh my
I'm not
god.
going to California.
California.
It's closer.
And it's more commie.
I forgot you guys were more West Coast.
Yeah, we're cooler. Like, we're more Tupac, you know? So.
Fuck that. I'd rather be on the East Coast.
Oh God.
Are you kidding?
You're dirty. Ew.
Wow. Well, I did not realize I would get that much hate for saying that. I'm
Hey, what
sorry.
you mean? Hey, I'll support it.
You're
I was about
basically
to
a
say,
traitor.
I'm going to
You're
come move
basically a
in.
traitor.
Say, you have
Right,
an
like-
extra bedroom, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna come move in with Set.
Shoot, all right.
Yeah, right. Wait, anyway, I gotta hop out of here soon, but Seth, I can send you more information on that if you want, but I think that'd be awesome for your channel. That's super. I have nothing to do with it, by the way, but
You got to do it like
I think
habitual line crosser does with the planes. Would you intercept me? I'd intercept me.
Man, and shoot, if I can find a way to connect it to stream, that's the only thing I was like tripping about. Like, well, how would I connect this to StreamYard and all this good stuff? But I don't know. Maybe
Do you have to go back to OBS?
Maybe
Well,
I might
no.
have to go back to OBS.
Well, you might have to, but I don't think you do. And I do know the people that developed it and then sold it, and I think they could help you out with it. But keeping 90% of the tips you get and having them be like in a Sid voice or in a Monty voice or in a gaming voice,
Be pretty dope.
It'd be dope. And you get way more
I see a
cash.
good amount of streamers do that, like the Texas speech and all that. I'm like, all right, that's low key cool.
I will charge you $150 for my likeness, and you can use my voice however you want.
So before Sid gets off the phone, I do want to announce something. So
You're having another baby?
No, she's not. We're not doing that. Anyway,
No, we're not pregnant. No, I'm just kidding.
So I've been working on a website. That's what I'm gonna say. It is about 90% finished. There's still some stuff that I have to like tie together, but I would like for you guys to be the beta testers, and then if you like it, I can lock you in at a fixed rate, give you access to some pretty neat tools.
He's selling a course.
No, I'm not. It's not a course. It's an actual SaaS, software as a service. And basically, you get all of the information from the government and the live stock market reactions in real time. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh, you have a bunch of APIs plugged into your website running off of AI. I know what you're doing.
No, not running off of AI. The API keys, like the legitimate keys.
Yes. I know how to use API keys. I know what you're doing. I think that's pretty cool.
No,
So I have a bunch of that going.
No, it won't let you turn Iran into glass, babe.
She's the Covenant from Halo. But it'll also be able to track live elections. All of the data that's on this website is straight from the state's, local, and federal government website. So there's no partiality, there's no lies, there's no gimmicks. You can see exactly what your government is doing, and you have the information.
That's getting a phone call from his plug.
And you have the information in front of you straight from the source. So
Well,
you got to go, don't
you? Feel free to send me whatever you want. I mean, you have my information. So.
I mean, y'all are going to be the beta testers anyway. Sacrificial points.
I'm pretty alpha, so.
Oh, all right.
Why do people not like
I'm
being
all for
called
it.
Why
I'm
do
all
people
for it,
not
but-
like being called a beta tester?
I'm just kidding.
Because I want to be an alpha tester.
I'm just kidding.
Alpha tester is the fucking programmer.
Right.
There can only be
That
one.
would be
and it's
me.
me. It's like,
Right.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead.
No, I got you. But I'm actually gonna dip out. I'm gonna freaking die tomorrow because like I said, I have AIDS, and I'm dying of AIDS, and I'm still sick.
I have an interview tomorrow with a satellite company.
I'm weak. Oh, well, shout out.
Really?
Huh? Oh, it's at 12:45 tomorrow.
You got time.
Well, good luck with that.
You 3 hours
I'll
behind
send
me.
you the information I was talking about, and you know what? Good
What were you gonna say,
talking.
Seth? What were you gonna say, Seth? You were saying something, and then Sid cut you off.
No, you're good.
I was signing out.
Yeah, he was signing out.
All right.
Peace out.
All right, peace out, my man. I'm gonna go ahead and get to the final reactions. Shout out to my man Sid. But all right, let's go ahead and get over to the next one here.
Damn, it got quiet.
I know, right? Because this is the one that be getting y'all riled up. It's like there's no yelling without Sid. That's what makes it oh so funny sometimes. I'm gonna be real with you. But all right, guys, I got 2 more videos to get into. Then we're gonna go ahead and call it a night because we're gonna get into, of course, the what was it? Their foreign minister had an interview, and then we're gonna get into what was it? A PBD little clip here. Did JD Vance rip Israel over the Iran war? Easy win lie. Shit, somebody better do it. Always. Time to get into the foreign side of media.
Dr. Abbas Araghchi.
Oh, and don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way.
Foreign Minister of Iran, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Your Excellency, there is a U.S. perspective stating that the negotiations are ongoing and that Iran has accepted the American conditions. What is your assessment of this Iranian position? How do you view it?
Negotiation in the literature of international relations has a specific meaning. 2 countries sitting face to face, negotiating. Such a situation does not currently exist between the United States and us. However, countries sometimes exchange messages through other countries. This is not called negotiation, and this is what currently exists between Iran and the United States. We receive messages from the American side, some are direct, and others come through our friends in the region. Wherever necessary, we respond to them. Therefore, there is currently no negotiation between us. Claims made in this regard are not correct. The exchange of messages, which sometimes includes warnings from our side or points from the other side, is ongoing, but it is not a negotiation.
You mentioned now the exchange of messages directly. What do you mean by that? If there is communication with American entities or not? Or is it still the same exchange taking place through intermediaries?
The exchanges through intermediaries are ongoing. Mr. Witkoff, as before, continues to send messages, but this does not mean negotiation. Rather, it means the exchange of messages that continues in conditions of peace and war.
There is talk within the U.S. administration that discussions are taking place with a certain party in Iran. Is there indeed a party, other than the known official channels, that is negotiating with the United States? And does this imply a division or a fragmentation within Iran's political system at this moment?
None of this has any accuracy. All messages are through the official channels of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry.
And the reason why he's asking this because, well, there has been news circulating saying that there might be some type of shift going on in the IRCG, which is a bit unbelievable because those are the guys who are really willing to crash out over the regime. But hear me out. They're saying that, there might be a split amongst them, and there's some guys who are dissenting from the IRGC, and we might be in contact with these guys to help them take over the government. This is why you see Mark Levin with that crazy post. We must arm the Iranians. We must arm them again. Well, he didn't say again, but I said again because we already tried in January. And look how that turned out. Exactly. That's good.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs is aware of them. Security services usually have contacts. Some are also conducted through those channels, but all take place within a specific framework established by the government and under the supervision of the SNSC. There is a single management in charge of all of this. There is absolutely no issue of multiple directions existing. Everything is under the management of the Supreme National Security Council.
The U.S. president has stated that you have responded to the 15 American demands. What do you say to that?
We have not yet responded to the 15-point U.S. proposal. No response has been given.
At the same time, you mentioned that you presented 5 conditions to the mediators. Has there truly been a response to these conditions? How does the United States view them?
From our side, no condition or clause has been presented to the other side. Those 5 conditions, or the 15-point framework mentioned, were based on media speculation. There are speculations, and this is the media's work. Nothing has been given to the American side from our side.
Where do the negotiations currently stand?
Not ships.
Can we genuinely
Like I said, I mean, yeah, Iran hasn't given us anything. Like I said, Trump want to talk about the 10 ships. Like I said, the 10 ships from Pakistan. Yeah, I mean, that's a favor for Pakistan, not us.
speak of progress, or does the situation remain complex on both sides?
We have yet to make a decision. We have many considerations regarding this matter. Our conditions for ending the war are clear. We do not accept a ceasefire. We are seeking an end to the war, not only in Iran, but across the entire region. We seek guarantees that such aggressions will not be repeated, as well as the payment of compensation for the extent of the damages inflicted on us and on the people of Iran. At present, there is no ground for negotiation, and at present, there is no negotiation. Our position is clear, and at present, there is no ground for negotiation.
How can we talk about progress in negotiations? You have indicated that there is currently no common ground for negotiations. What is the basis or foundation you seek to enter negotiations with the United States?
Naturally, when the highest leadership of the Islamic Republic concludes that the interests of the Iranian nation will be preserved, the necessary instructions will be issued to institutions including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our goal is to secure the interests of the Iranian people and to preserve their rights. This is the goal of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and at present, this goal is being pursued through defense against a foreign enemy, specifically the United States and the Zionist regime. Whenever it becomes necessary for this defense to be carried out through another means, the necessary instructions will naturally be issued.
There are suggestions of concern or caution that another attack on Iran could occur during negotiations. Is this
usually
fear
does.
of a potential U.S. attack? What is currently preventing you?
I mean, real, that's a high possibility just because of the pattern that they go through. And I believe Iran is a bit weary to get into it. Because think about it like this. They're like, hold on, bro. Every time we enter into negotiations with you guys, you turn around and bomb us. So why in God's name will we even try to negotiate with you when you'll most likely just turn around and bomb us? And this is what I said, like this type of like, honestly, duplicitous way of negotiating is going to bite us in the ass. Because now that we actually want them to come to the table, they're like, bro, the last 2 times, what did you do? You bombed us. It's cooked. I mean, I hope not, but the way this man is talking, it sounds like it. But we'll see as, the 6th comes around. Like I said, we got 4 days.
From engaging in negotiations.
Of course, the assault is currently ongoing, but your point is correct. We have no good experience of negotiating with the United States. In the past, we negotiated and reached an agreement, only for the United States to withdraw from it for no reason. Twice more, this year and last year, we negotiated, and the result was their assault and attack. There is no trust that negotiation with the United States can lead to results. Trust is at zero. Every time they present a proposal for negotiation, the first issue we must examine is how honest they are, and we see none. There is no trust, and to build trust, major steps must be taken. Whether the Islamic Republic decides to do so or not is another matter. But in response to any proposal, the issue is how much trust exists. At present, no trust exists.
You spoke about guarantees, specifically that you seek assurances that a war...
Actually, Ron just released a message, to Trump responding to his message. Let's go ahead and get into that real quick.
Iran's military is threatening to escalate attacks against the United States and Israel. In a statement carried on state television, an army spokesperson said the war would continue until the humiliation and surrender of its enemies.
In continuation of the heavy and severe blows you have received so far, expect even stronger and await our more crushing and more destructive actions. The facilities you have targeted so far are insignificant, and our strategic military production takes place in locations of which you have absolutely no knowledge.
Oh, wow. Yo, brother. I mean, if you're, bro, you're kind of green lighting us to carpet bomb you guys if that's the case. And I mean, that we don't want to do that. But I mean, if you're talking like that, I can't get mad if they do. Like, he pretty much just said, look, bro, all those sites, bro, we don't even really use them. We got sites all around. We're still building drones. We're still building missiles, and we're making money off the Strait of Hormuz. And we're building missiles and drones and sites that you don't know about, according to this guy.
And which you will never be able to reach.
Now, Tahid Asadi joins us live from Tehran. It's the obvious question, but I have to ask it. How has Trump's speech been received in Iran?
Probably not well. He did just say, I'll bomb y'all back to the Stone Age. Yeah, I wouldn't like that if somebody was talking to me like that. Like, yeah, I'll just bomb your country back to the Stone Age if you don't pretty much give up everything. It's like, oh, okay. And guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, but don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Obviously, Iranians are having several considerations when it comes to this recent statement from the U.S. President Donald Trump. And the first obvious point in that regard is actually the very fact that they are used to dancing with the same old tune when it comes to this threatening rhetoric by the U.S. president, not only from the very beginning of this war, but also from the very day one of his previous administration. They are very much familiar with this threatening language, and this is part of that. The other part is actually sort of ambiguity that could be perceived here in Tehran after this recent speech by the US president. It seems that he has no plan, or he is trying to keep a sort of a strategic ambiguity. However, that is, Iranians are also coming up with the same response. And as we just watched from the spokesperson for the Khatam al-Anbiya military headquarters, he came out to say that we are in possession of weaponries about which the enemy has no info, and that is obviously a kind of uncertainty or ambiguity that Iran is trying to stick to when it comes to this already intricate situation.
I mean, yeah, this could always just be fluff and them, saving face, going like, well, ha, we got some stuff that you don't know about. And I'm be real with you, it kind of plays into reality because, as Trump's saying, we're destroying all of these sites, but yet these guys are still firing missiles at all of our allies, still shooting drones or firing off drones at all of our allies, still got control of the Strait of Hormuz.
About specifically when it comes to this recent statements by the US President Donald Trump.
Tahid, there have been, even as that speech was taking place, strikes against Iran. Just bring us up to date.
Yes, indeed. This is now more than 1 month that we are witnessing the continued nature of a sustained campaign of airstrikes targeting different locations. But something worth mentioning in this regard is the scope of these attacks. Previously, it started with political and military centers, while we know that according to the Red Crescent of the country, more than 92,000 civilian units have been impacted. And, these are actually homes and apartments belonging to ordinary citizens. And, of course, hospitals, schools, healthcare facilities, Red Crescent buildings, and other infrastructure. But right now, specifically after, I would say, 2 weeks since the commencement of the war, there was a sort of shift strategically when it comes to targets. And right now, specifically in the past 1 or 2 weeks, we are witnessing the airstrikes targeting the infrastructure of the country. Specifically, steel companies are being impacted. We know that in Fulad Mubarakeh, one of the most important steel companies, attacks have resulted in the several production units of the company to be actually stopped from the process of production. And we know that it is critically important, not just when it comes to exports, but also when it comes to the other interrelated industries to steel industry. And we know that pharmaceutical
all right, here. Oh, it says right here, Iranian media, at least 5 people have been killed in U.S.-Israeli attacks on residential areas in Mohammed. I mean, yeah, it's like according to the Red Crescent, there's been about 81,000 civilian locations hit. Infrastructure, locations, homes, yeah, about 81 to 100,000.
companies have been impacted. We know that oil depots, oil-related infrastructure, and more importantly, now there are discussions revolving around the potentiality of attacks on the power plants and electricity infrastructures, which is creating a lot of anxiety.
And he did, say possibly, their water desalination center, which would be a huge problem. They wouldn't have access to clean water, which would really hurt the civilians.
When it comes to very ordinary citizens in Iran.
That's Tawhid Asadi live for us there in Tehran. Now,
and guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's beat the shadow ban by double tapping that screen and liking the video. All right, though, let's go ahead and get into the next one. Let's get into a bit of independent media. Let's see here. When did this come out? 15 hours ago. Beautiful.
Yeah, that JD called Netanyahu and it's like, hey, why are you making us go into this war? And allegedly this happened. Angry phone call with which news is that? JD Vance rips into Netanyahu on a phone call over Iran report, allegedly. Nobody knows this for a fact. Go a little bit lower, Rob. And Vance, during the phone call, Vance told Netanyahu that his predictions about the war, which he told Trump about, had not come true. Netanyahu allegedly told Trump that the Iran war would be quick. As of now, the White House is considering sending more troops. Before the war, Bibi really sold it to the president as being easy, as regime change being a lot likelier than what it was. One source told Axios, and the VP was clear-eyed about some of those statements. Go a little bit lower. What's so different about the Jesse is that the president has clearly identified about this, Jesse, is that the president has clearly identified what he wants to accomplish, and there's just no way, Vance said during an interview. So here's the thing also with Vance on what he's doing, okay? It's funny, like when I watch Vance versus I watch Rubio.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
This is the vibe I get. I get a vibe of a guy that is making all his moves so calculated for career advancement versus a guy that's doing what he thinks is the right thing to do because he believes it. So let me give you the difference. I've worked with a lot of guys from both ends. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, Tom.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm with you. One guy is doing his job and he believes it. The other guy is positioning.
Hedging his bets.
Yes. So I think JD right now is, this phone call that was made is like, hey, make the phone call, leak it to the press.
Yep.
Leak it to the press. Why? Because he wants the non-interventionist, those guys who say, "Oh wow, good, that's my guy that did this."
It does seem like JD Vance.
Honestly, like who?
Now it does seem like JD Vance is trying to save face. He's trying to kind of keep himself out of this whole war on Iran decision, or war with Iran decision. And yeah, I heard he was one of the voices, the dissenting voices on this war. Now in public, he's been forced to back it up, but behind closed doors, he didn't want nothing to do with this. And I can see him calling up Bibi, going like, bro, are you serious? Like, what did you tell Trump? I told Trump that Iran was 2 weeks away from making a weapon, and and that if we take them out, they will have positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. It's like, again? Yeah, you can't tell me you fell for that. Trump knows what's best for the United States and Israel. He's a very strong supporter of Israel. What are you, anti-Semitic? Like, bruh, like you're about to lead our people into an entire war for a threat that's only to you? Yes, because America is for Israel. In my BB voice.
You think is more resolve on what he or she is doing that can handle the criticism?
Marco Rubio.
It's not even close.
Of course.
He's like, no, this is what I believe in. This is what I'm doing. Here's where we're going. And I've been saying this for a while. I want to be documented saying this in 2015, 11 years ago. So to me, these types of calls that are happening, it's more a positioning call than it is a, tell them how hard I was on BB. Mm-hmm. Tell them how hard and how much I pushed them. Yep. Use these words. Oh my God, look at the backbone and all this other stuff. Now, this could be a true story, and I'm pushing it too much. But I'm just telling you, I see some of the stuff that's happening that's too opportunistic.
No, I think you're right. Yeah. Vinny, picture the primaries in 28.
Yeah.
Hang on. Who picked?
Because a lot of people been trying to say that, yo, this is gonna ruin Rubio's and JD Vance's political stock, and they won't be able to be president because of their connection to Trump and this war. And I mean, like I said, if this war don't go well, I mean, yeah, it's cooked for them. Like JD Vance cooked, Marco Rubio cooked. There's nothing they'll be able to do. I mean, we'll have to look for a whole new Republican because Lord knows it can't be them. And JD Vance is trying to save face while he still can. I mean, he should have been a little louder in the moments. But hey, I guess he didn't want to go too out of line.
Picked up the phone and called BB and said, "How could you?" I did.
See, I see that.
Who said I was
see
less
that.
enthusiastic?
I see that, Tom, and I see that.
Yeah. Remember, the president said, because Trump said this
I
about
see
JD
that.
Vance, he's less
Well, I
enthusiastic
felt
about
like that was a good impression. Man, tough crowd.
Yeah.
the war.
And
Those are
what's the
all-
script? The script is going to be, not going to lie to you, I was conflicted.
Yes.
I was conflicted.
I couldn't say anything.
And
I'm the vice
part of
But
president.
me
I
is-
supported the commander-in-chief.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was
Oh, yeah.
conflicted. So we'll see. Adam.
Yeah, I don't know what JD Vance's strategy is. I would give him one piece of advice. Don't cross Trump. It's not going to work out well for you. But I'm just going to go rapid fire here.
And that's what's killing me about this right now. It's pretty much saying, look, bro, it's either you're going to get down or lay down. I'm like, so I can't disagree? And if I disagree, everybody's going to attack me for disagreeing. So pretty much your opinion is pretty much saying you don't want no voices of dissent. You don't want no real debate. You just want, y'all really just want an echo chamber, just like Joe Kent said. There was an echo chamber around Trump. And this is what they wanted. An echo chamber around Trump. I mean, of course you'd want that, Adam.
Because we covered a lot of things. Number one, Trump and MBS, you talked about him. They have a bromance. It's not even close at this point. They are genuinely friends and they're cool. I wouldn't even say that BB and Trump have a bromance. I think there's just strategic allies that negotiate and are on the same page maybe 80% of the time, but they're not fully aligned, nor should they be. Everyone has their own interest in there, but Trump and MBS do have a special relationship. And yes, I think the Gulf states, and yes, I think the regional actors should pay the price. We're protecting your ass, Saudi.
I'm weak. They should pay the price into a problem, or my bad, a conflict that we dragged them into. I mean, I don't know, bro, but if you were to go out with your friend and I don't know, you went out to the club with them and you told him to park in this parking spot and his car ended up getting towed, wouldn't you be a real one? And like, bro, I told you to go in there. I kind of dragged you into that parking spot and your car got towed. Wouldn't you be a real one and just paid it for him? Of course you would. So isn't it kind of fucked up for us just to be, like dragging NATO into a conflict with Iran that we started, that we kind of set up? Like, that's kind of fucked up. And then now we're just pretty much telling them, hey, look, we don't need it, so it's best you do something about it. Kind of fucked up. But hey, this is what we're doing. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys.
Whoop. Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Oman. Who's attacking you? Not Israel. Not US. It's Iran. So we know the threats there. So yes, pay up. Just like NATO has to pay up. Just like he's made them go from 2% to 4% to possibly 5%. As far as Israel boots on the ground, I don't know anything about this, but I'll give my assessment. Do you know how many wars they're fighting? Do you know Israel's the size of the state of New Jersey? Do me a favor. Pull up the map of the Middle East. We'll talk about expansionism for a second. Israel's this tiny. How many people do you think have in their military? They have wars going on in Hezbollah.
Whoa. Israel, yeah, you're right. This tiny, but has nuclear weapons, a strong air force. I mean, come on now. The only thing y'all missing really is a cool ass Navy, but y'all got the strongest air force in the Middle East. You can easily have air supremacy over every country in the Middle East. So please spare us with that. And you guys have nukes. Yeah, I mean, please spare us with this, but they're just a small country with nukes. Like, come on now. Don't play stupid with us.
They have Gaza and the West Bank on their east and their west. They get the Houthis on their south. And we need to take our small, little, mighty military and export it outside the world. We literally just don't have the manpower. So as far as expansionism,
that's not the point, though.
But hold on, let me finish my point. As far as expansionism, okay, you want to talk about boots on the ground? Israel has 1,000,000% more boots on the ground right now. You know what they're called? Mossad. You know how many people of Mossad that are in
that negotiation
basically
doesn't work with me. No, that
okay,
negotiation.
but it doesn't matter what it works with.
Let me
sir.
explain to you.
It matters what works with our president.
Let me explain to you. Let me
But
explain
can I finish
to
my
you.
point?
No, you can't. Let me
Okay,
explain
go ahead.
to you on this specific, and then you can finish your thought. For me, that is a very
PBDB.
cold
bro, PBD be big dogging them like, no, you can't. Like, damn. All right, then. Oh, guys, make sure to like the video and shout out to PBD for stopping Adam's rant. Because I ain't gonna lie, bro, it's kind of making the R point for us on why this is probably not the best idea. And also, and look, I'm not over here defending, NATO's incapability of opposing any type of aggression or any type of offense. It's just that, look, it's just that that's not what NATO was built on. It wasn't built on us or them or us being able to drag them into a conflict. It was built on, well, sadly, you got to get attacked first for us to jump in. That's just how it works with NATO. Now we just drag you into a conflict that we started and expect you to clean up the mess. I mean, bro, that's just a dickhead move. I'm be real with you. I don't like that. I don't like that my country's participating in that type of, I ain't gonna lie. It's just, it don't leave a good feeling in me. As an American, it shouldn't leave a good feeling in your mouth. Like, it just, like, come on, who does that?
Argument to make.
I mean, I know they need to defend them damn selves and start spending more on military, but I mean, that's like dragging them into a conflict. That's outside of that.
To somebody who has lost a family member to a war that they didn't support. That's exactly the point why so many people hate these effing wars, because they lost a child, they lost a brother, they lost a son. Go talk to those guys that have a job in the military that have to go explain to the mom and dad your son just got killed, and for the rest of that person's life, that parent's life, go tell them, hey, support this thing here. No, to me, Mossad is Mossad. Go do what you're doing with Mossad. If I'm putting our kids' lives on the line, where are you?
No, it's so crazy too, though. The fact that Israel kind of, basically started off this war by telling us we're going to strike Iran and you might as well join us. Yeah, that they're not going to be putting no boots on the ground. Now, we're over here gathering troops in the area, and we may put boots on the ground. Hopefully not, God forbid, but we may. Well, we'll see come to 6. But the problem is, though, is just that, Israel, they're not putting no boots on the ground. So you're telling me that we're over here talking about taking Carg Island and all this crazy stuff, and Israel's not dedicating no troops? Bro, not one? Can I just get I don't know, can I get a squad? No? Oh, you're too busy fighting. Oh, you're too busy popping off for Lebanon. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You're too busy trying to take southern Lebanon to create greater Israel. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you go ahead and get back to taking land like you always do. Oh, my bad. Too far. Don't forget to like the video.
With it.
Who?
If U.S. is going to send troops and our Marines, the best of the best in the world, if they're going to go, and our guys are going to be there, I expect you to be there as well.
Who's you?
You be in Israel.
But why are we only talking about Israel? What? Didn't we just talk about
Because they were the ones that wanted this
talking
war.
about Israel.
Are we not sending any other troops? Are we not sending Qatari troops? Are we not sending Saudi troops?
This is the war, mainly this war.
Hey, shout out AJ for sending the chili for 6 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Started
mainly, but you just said, are they going to financially support?
When the war got started, what was the war? Rob posted it. First podcast we did. You know what Rob posted the title? The Israel-U.S. attack on Iran.
Bingo.
That's what is. So
when the war first started?
It doesn't matter. Now other people are coming in saying we're involved.
Ongoing.
No.
This is the latest iteration of this.
No, if there is,
what was the 12-day war?
Is Saudi known for having a strong military? Is that what they're known for?
No.
What?
No. Either is Iran.
Who is known for having a great?
I mean, I beg to differ. Yes, they are known for having a strong military. They fought off the Iraqis. Bro, these motherfuckers lost 500,000 people and still kept fighting and won that war. Yes, they are known for having a strong military. Sadly, it's called the IRGC plus more.
Intelligence, great military, great Air Force.
United States.
Who else?
Israel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if I'm putting troops on the ground,
okay,
I expect you to put troops on the ground
I'm
as
with
well.
you on that.
Okay,
let's not pretend that.
I'll be real with you, bro. They didn't have an impressive army. I mean, we'd have put boots on the ground a long time ago. And then we'd have been over here sitting, just kicking back, just waiting for the regime to be changed. If it was that easy, if they did not have an impressive army, trust me, we wouldn't be so hesitant about putting boots on the ground.
Israel isn't already fighting a war hardcore for the last 3 years.
Yeah, but
United States. But guys, I'm an American.
But hold on.
I don't want to see our American troops over there. I don't want troops over there.
But Adam,
I'm not condoning that.
If we're in
to
this,
pretend that Israel isn't already fighting wars.
Well, hold on then.
And defeating their enemies.
You're right. Israel is fighting wars. They're starting these wars that they're fighting. I hope you know this. They're starting the wars that they're fighting. And yes, you're right. They are doing their best. But sadly, Bibi Netanyahu don't really care about the Israeli people, and these poor Israeli citizens got to sit there under a bomb shelter every fucking night because Bibi's a fucking lunatic. All right, that's gonna be the last curse word I use.
Oh, you can't sit in
Nobody's
this room.
defending that.
You can't sit in this room, all of us right now, and we're gonna plan that we're gonna go in that room and beat the crap out of everybody in the studio room. And then when it's time to go, you're like, no. I got other
No,
fights
but you're
to fight.
assuming that.
No, hold on. I'm
That's
not assuming.
what's actually
Israel
happening.
said it.
So then
Israel said it.
So
But
then
in
the United
2000
States should say this.
Hold on.
So the United States, my
Okay.
country, should say this. Well, if you don't send anybody, we're not
It's
sending
true, Adam.
anybody.
We have. No, hold on.
Isn't that how negotiation
Adam,
works? And if they go, oh, okay, let me think about it.
In 2003, the Iraq
why are we
invasion.
walking around
Hold on.
as you've like,
In
the United States is just clumsily,
because Bibi
clumsily
Netanyahu
entering
let
war.
Bibi Netanyahu.
Let me finish.
Bibi Netanyahu.
Why does he have to finish?
Damn, hold on. Oh shit. I didn't think it was gonna turn out like this. Oh shit. Okay, Adam. He a little sensitive from that L from Dave Smith. He a little sensitive. Okay, my damn bro. Chill on Vinny. He ain't cook your ass on Pierce Morgan. Save that energy for Dave Smith, Adam.
I want to make a point. And
Hang on,
guys.
Bibi.
Adam, come on.
So for me, these are two things. You said if they do, so why are they sending it without them committing to it?
You're
saying
toxic.
U.S. The argument here isn't that. The argument is the people in America, again, pulse. The people in America, when you get their pulse, you know what they're asking themselves? Today's social media is a very different climate we're living in. Take the 51% of bots that do a great job and it confuse the hell out of everybody. But take some of the reasonable players that come out. And a lot of these reasonable players are former vets. I put them as reasonable. You were maybe Ranger. You were maybe a paratrooper. You were maybe a SEAL. Or you've actually gone and seen this kind of stuff. And you ask yourself, he was in the military, I was in the military, and you see the level of frustration.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and beat the shadow ban by showing some engagement by liking the video. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Why did I do this? This was a waste of time. And a big part of it is I lost a friend. I lost a brother. I lost a cousin. I don't want to do it if you're not in on it as well. By the way, you said, how do we know? We don't know. You're right. We don't know. None of us know. Maybe they are. But Bibi said they're not going to put a single, thank you so much, a single boot on the ground. If you're not, and we do, that is going to be a very big problem with a lot of Americans.
I don't know who came out and said that, and I'd like to validate
Israel.
But I would like to understand why. Because it's so easy to be like, oh, they're not doing it. So obviously they're just expecting them to fight their wars. That is like naive at best. That is the American isolationist.
I mean, bro. American isolationist. So when you can't beat the argument, oh, you're being an isolationist. That is crazy. Hold on, I got to go back on that one. That is wild.
We don't know. You're right. We don't know. None of us know. Maybe they are. But Bibi said they're not going to put a single, thank you so much, a single boot on the ground.
I mean, here's the thing. It wouldn't be the first time that Israel gave us some bad information and we just went in on them. Like, bro, Israel wanted Saddam out of power for a while now, and we did it for them. I mean, Israel wanted Syria destabilized, and we did it for them. I mean, the only thing we ain't doing for them is Lebanon and Gaza. So, well, I mean, we did pretty much, I ain't gonna lie, we did give them funding to bomb Gaza. So there's that. But no, we've been following behind Israel for a while now.
If you're not, and we do, that is going to be a very big problem with a lot of Americans.
I don't know who came out and said that, and I'd like to validate
Israel.
But I would like to understand why. Because it's so easy to be like, oh, they're not doing it. So obviously they're just expecting them to fight their wars. That is like naive at best. That is the American isolationist default position. How about peeling the onion and say, well, why would they say that? Why would they not want to commit boots on the ground?
I'll tell you.
Are they saying that? Or are they playing strategic games here? Why are they doing that? Why
Adam,
are they not committing to that?
they said,
why is America
because
committing
it does
to
not
this?
have the logistics to sustain forces that far from home.
Yes, AKA is like, bro, we're too busy taking on Lebanon. No, that's the real reason. Like, no, that's a cop-out. The real reason is because they're too busy taking on Hezbollah, and they're not even doing a good job with that. So, sorry, but we're too busy in trying to take southern Lebanon to help you guys out in Iran. Oh, a conflict that we pretty much dragged you into. Crazy. Oh, man, our greatest ally, man, right?
Adam, Bibi Netanyahu went to Congress how many times and said Iraq, Iraq? How many soldiers were deployed in 2003?
So you
from
fell
Israel?
for that?
Time
You
out.
fell for that
No,
also.
I fell for
Gotcha.
what? Hold on. How many Israel?
Why did we go to Iraq?
I'm gonna wait.
So
Pat, tell me
why
when I
did
can
we
just say
go
my
to
point.
Iraq?
What do you mean? Why did we go to Iraq?
Why did we
because
go?
They said that we all said they had weapons of mass destruction.
So
we were lied
who
to.
said it?
How many troops? Bibi said it, and
Okay,
we believed
there it is. We got it.
Hold on one second.
So Bibi
But I-
runs all United
No,
States.
okay,
Got it.
Pat, can I-
Adam, respectfully, you just yelled at me and told me to let
Tom,
you
lay
finish.
out of this. Go ahead.
Let you finish.
Go
but
ahead.
You're not even letting him finish.
How many Israeli
Come on,
troops
dude.
were deployed in 2023 for Iraq or in Afghanistan?
What do you mean?
How many?
Iraq?
Zero. This is supposed to be a team effort.
So
if we go, you go.
No, that's facts though. I'm not even gonna lie. Vinny got a really good point, and Vinny been making the most sense on this podcast. I think the only reason people are still watching this podcast at this point is for Vinny. Like, he's making sense. He's like, dog, BB came in front of us talking about how we need to attack these people. We need to attack like Saddam. We need to attack Gaddafi, and we did all that, and they ain't back us up not one time. Like I said, not saying one troop, one squad, bro. Send a fucking missile. All right, now I can't stop cussing because I ain't gonna lie. This low-key does kind of piss me off. I'm not even gonna lie. It is irritating when I like low-key explain it like this, or when I talk it out like this. It's just like, damn, we really handle these guys' problems, and they don't even want to back us up. They just sit back, kick back, and just be like, go ahead, bro. You can go ahead and send off your best and brightest and let them die, waste your tax dollars, and fall into an economic depression. We'll just sit here nice and pretty. I mean, okay. Whoops.
And they're not.
So ultimately, what's your point?
My point.
What do you want to do with Israel?
Adam, my point
Go ahead.
is,
Give me your recommendation.
Give us. Guess what?
What do you want
Put
to do?
boots on the ground.
Okay.
If you're gonna talk all this shit and bring us into war, put your boots on the ground.
What do
I've
you
been saying
think
it for how long?
What do you think the IDF has been doing?
Let's go, Vinny. Let's go, Vinny. Shout out to that boy, Vinny, man. Only real one on the podcast left. Maybe him and Tom. Tom's saying silent, but he secretly agrees with Vinny.
Fighting wars all over the Middle East.
So, Adam, soldiers, Marines, let's go.
Okay,
if
so
we're
you don't
going,
think that
you're
Pete
going.
Hegseth and Benny Gantz, whoever's running the IDF, are discussing this?
Israel's not going
to
put
me,
any.
this is so stupid.
Adam,
and
how's
naive
it stupid?
to pretend that they're just
They're not going to do it, bro.
lollygagging
If
into
they
war.
do, Alicia, you're fine. So I'm going to get to the next story. But by the way, notice what happened with the tension here. And this is just the four of us. No. Thank you so much. Notice what happened with the tension here. And it's just the four of us. This is one of the issues in America today that is truly a conversation people are having.
Mm-hmm.
This is a real conversation that's being had. And by the way, where do you put me? You think I'm an isolationist?
I hope not.
Well, no, what do you think I am?
I think since we've invaded Iran, you're probably more on the pro-ally side at this point, not isolation.
Pro ally with who?
With what America's military's might.
I'm not an isolationist. I'm not.
How
I'm
could
not
you
that.
be?
No, I'm not, because to me,
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not an isolationist either. People say that about me just because I don't agree with this war. But yeah, trust me, I do believe in using military might in certain circumstances, especially if we can't get it diplomatically. But if we can get it diplomatically and we just go straight to guns and missiles, I mean, like, yeah, I'm gonna have a problem with that.
that mindset doesn't work, because my experience in business and my experience of being in the military and having lived in a country with war, you can't be an isolationist for the rest of your life. Eventually, a guy's going to come and knock on your door and say, hey, you're so weak. Come here. Give me everything you got. You can't. You have to show strength. People have to know you can push your weight around. And every once in a while, you know, there needs to be a statement. Hey, FAFO. There needs to be that reputation. I am that guy. I'm the guy that you need to set the tone in the marketplace that they know. But at the same time, if I'm going to be on the phone with you and you're a world leader and you're asking certain requests, I'm going to say, here's how I'll do it with you. This is more important to me. I need you to show up with the following.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to put my guys on the line, I need you to put 2 times as many.
So can we role play for a second? I know you want to move on. Who do you want to be? You want to be Trump? You want to be Bibi? How do you want to do this?
Whatever.
So I'll be Bibi.
Okay, go.
You go. You're Trump. You're who? Hegseth?
Whoever.
What's your
you want me to be.
demand?
I'm Trump.
What's your demand?
Hey, listen, I'll
Nah, Tom, bro. This man Tom be so left field with it, bro. I'm sorry. He's like, let him be Dave Smith. It's wild as hell, Tom. Yo. I'm sorry, that was too funny. He's like, no, let him be Dave Smith.
Whatever.
I'll be Bibi.
Okay, go.
You go. You're Trump. You're who?
Yeah.
Hegseth?
Whoever
Well,
you
what's
want
your
me to be,
demand?
I'm Trump.
What's
Let
your
him be
demand?
Dave Smith.
Hey, listen, I don't have a problem helping you out because I think we benefit from this as well.
Sure.
I want to be able to do this as well. But if I'm going to send my troops, you got to send yours as well.
Okay, let's talk about what the plan.
AKA, you got to pull out of the southern Lebanon. You got to dedicate some troops to Iran. There you go. I mean, you got to go ahead and pause that Greater Israel project, just like we're pausing our Make America Great Again agenda. All right, we both got to take pauses on what we want. Fair is fair, right?
Plan is okay. We obviously want to defeat terrorism. That's the number one threat. You said it yourself. You wanted to take out the nuclear ambitions here. We've seen them kill 30 to 50,000 of their own people.
Yeah.
They have their proxies attacking us.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. But let's make sure we show YouTube we got engagement by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
We've created the Iron Dome, which we're basically
All this
helping you
stuff you're-
create.
What is this?
So now
are
what do you
doing
want
right now?
So I'm just
So
giving.
What are you doing right now?
So what I'm saying to you is,
Yeah.
what do you want us to do now?
No, what I'm asking you is if I'm going to send troops, I need you to send troops.
Okay. How many troops do you want?
2 to 1. If I send 1,000, you got to send 2,000.
Okay. No, we're not. We don't have those capabilities right now.
What capabilities
We need to
do you
defend.
have?
We need to defend because we're basically
Well, guess
being
what?
attacked
Then
by
we're out of
Hezbollah.
this one. Do it by yourself.
Then perfect. You just
Go
proved me
do it
right.
by your-
You gotta go do it by yourself. No, literally. That's what I say. All right, then F it. I'm out. I'm out of Iran. Go do it by yourself, dog. Like, bro, you want this regime change so much in Iran, Israel, go do it by yourself. And it's funny how Patrick is getting down to that. I mean, hey, look, there is still a bit of America first in my man. Shout out. But bro, that's any reason that's what any president should come up with. It's like, dog, if you're not willing to slide behind me or run up behind me on boots on the ground on Iran, then I'm gonna be real with you. I'm out. Like, you want this more than me. You're not willing to dedicate troops towards it. All right, you got it. But here's the thing, though. If I was playing BB, I would just tell I would just tell him up front. And this is me playing BB. Like, look, you gotta understand, all of our troops are dedicated to defending Israel, who's being attacked by Iran, and we gotta defend ourselves from Hezbollah and now the Houthis. So, what soldiers can we honestly dedicate to while we're also running ground operations in Lebanon? I mean, we can try, but we'd have to pretty much exit operations out of southern Lebanon. And do you want to deal with Hezbollah? No, that's what I would have hit him with if I was BB.
Then don't send them. That's my point.
And you know what? If I was Trump, I'd have told his ass, well, that's too bad then. I guess you got to pick and choose, bro. A or B. What, Iran or Hezbollah? What's more important to you?
So if he says, hey, listen.
Trust me, that's where we are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if the United States sends troops, which I don't want them to, but they do it. But BB goes, listen, we can't send troops. That's on Trump. That's on Pete Hegseth.
That's on Trump and Hegseth.
If we're negotiating,
if they made the decision,
yes,
I know, I agree.
Okay.
No, but this
if,
is not
if we're
okay.
negotiating and you said, Adam, I need you to do this, and I say, Pat, I can't do that, and you go, listen, I need you to do it.
If I'm negotiating, I'm not doing it without you sending troops.
That's fine.
You have to have skin in a game.
Sure.
If you got skin in a game, let's roll.
You just said the key word, skin in the game.
I do, yeah.
But define skin in the game. There might be
not
different.
enough. I got CIA as well. You got to do more than Mossad for me.
Yep.
You got to do more than Mossad.
But that's a negotiation.
Skin.
So here's the
because even with the protests, even with us arming protesters in January in Iran, that was a CIA Mossad operation. It wasn't just Mossad out there. It was also the CIA out there trying to cause a regime change or a revolution in Iran by handing protesters guns. And like I said, it didn't really work out for them or us. But, you know, at least nobody on our side died.
Here's the big question.
It's death.
Here's the number one question.
Yeah.
Do you not think that conversation is taking place?
I don't know. You
don't think that conversation is taking place? Come on, Pat.
I don't know about the troops, Adam.
Do you think they're just lollygagging and blindly walking into this?
You have to know where I'm at with
guarantee you
this.
that conversation
Adam,
took place and said, you do this, I'm going to do this. Let's figure this out.
Yeah.
I'll go here.
My
you go
position's
left,
been very clear.
I go right.
My
and
position's
we meet
been
in the
very
middle.
clear. My position's been very clear. I study patterns. And when I get somebody, like if Moral goes and negotiates on my behalf with a carrier and I'm not in the room, I don't care. I trust her. I don't care. I trust her. If Tom is handling a massive crisis that somebody needs to use the right words when talking to somebody, we just did one last week, I don't care. I trust Tom. I trust him. I voted for this guy 3 times.
Trump.
I trust that he's doing the right thing.
I agree.
What I'm saying to you is, if this conversation comes up, the American people are going to ask, is it 1 for 1? They're going to ask.
Sure.
And if he chooses not to go, he's going to get the criticism. If he's okay with that, great.
Ultimately, we're saying the same thing. We trust Trump in these deals.
I know, but
Do we
what I'm
not?
what I'm
But Patrick is right though, because if we're pretty much saying that, I mean, bro, Israel pretty much dragged us into it. And you're telling me there's gonna be no skin in the game? You think American people is gonna sit there and let that slide? First off, us and MAGA is gonna be like, I'm gonna be real with you. This ain't really helping y'all with this whole we're controlled by Israel narrative that y'all try to call us anti-Semitic for having. This is not helping it. And of course, the guys on the left are just gonna say that Trump is sucking off Bibi. And I know we're tired of those jokes. So I mean, yeah. Like Patrick got a really good point that if Trump lets these guys get away with that, he's going to be seen as really weak and just letting Israel do whatever the hell they want without having to put no skin in the game.
Saying to you is the way I'm negotiating is I'm going to have you have some skin in the game. It's the way I'm negotiating. That's all I'm saying.
And that's how it should be.
We got a lot of messages, Pat. You know, Monday, who do I go to if we don't have the podcast we were expecting? We changed the business podcast yesterday.
All right. But let me go over to the next one from PBD Podcast. I'm being a bit petty with this one, because, you know, like they were reacting to, you know, Adam's epic loss on Pierce Morgan. So what can I say, man? He lost that bad to the point where even they had to address it on the podcast. Bro took a day off because of how bad he lost. He had to spend all that time to try to defend himself on X. That's tough. Getting ratioed by people who's grilling him.
Adam, you were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together on what do you call it? On Pierce Morgan. I think that's the first time you were ever on.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the market has responded, and they've been you know, saying their thoughts on how it went, what you did, what was said. Dave has retweeted and said something about this is the end of Adam funeral. He made some comments that went viral. You've responded. You made some videos at him as well. But I just want to kind of get, because a lot of times from the audience, you have to know how this works. The audience sits there and watches and says, I know for a fact Pat prepped him and the team prepped him and this and this and that, and they don't know what happens. I want you to share with us, because the audience is curious. They're asking me, what is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
Well, despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero.
You.
Like I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check the comments. It's just not something that I do.
Okay.
Some people are messaging.
Trust me, after that performance, I wouldn't have done it either.
On my neck. What do you think? I don't know. People are saying stuff, and I'm listening to a song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down," and that's how I feel about this. So they told me last minute, hey, you're going to go on Pierce Morgan. Sure. I think Tom was maybe going to do it. Tom wasn't able to do it. They called me up. I said, sure, I'll debate Dave Smith. Listen, there's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart or wise or well-read.
Yeah.
The same thing could be said about when you debated a room full of 20 communists.
Oh, God, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, or smash the like button, depending on how you're watching. Appreciate the support, guys. But let's make sure we show support by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreement, you can just go ahead and super chat or Venmo it in.
On Jubilee, they were all very smart. I was very impressed by all these people. But just because you're smart doesn't mean you're wise. Now, do I think Dave Smith is smart and capable? Sure. Do I think he's funny? No. Do I think he's right? Definitely not.
I'm asking you, how do you think you did?
Yeah,
I think I did fine. My intention wasn't to play nice. So I went on Pierce Morgan. I don't really have plans on going on Pierce Morgan every single day. That's not my thing. It's a food fight every single day. Respect to Pierce Morgan. I wanted to make some waves. That was my methodology. I could be right. I could be wrong. I don't care.
Okay. So
the problem is
you said you don't care?
No, meaning like I don't care what the market thinks of me.
Yeah.
I know what I believe. I know who I am. I know what I stand for. I stand for what America stands for. Dave Smith, what pissed me off, he continues to say that America is the greatest terrorist regime in the world.
So what?
And that Israel is the greatest terror regime in the Middle East.
So what? That's his argument.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's his argument. My point was that only 1% of Americans vote for libertarians.
I'm done. That's not a point. That's not a point, bro. I mean, you're just stating. I mean, sure, that's a fact. Sure, you could sit there and state a fact, but that doesn't go to his point when he says, or his argument when he says that, oh, well, America is the worst terrorist regime in the world, or America is the biggest funder of terrorism, which he actually has a point on. I mean, let's be real. But he wasn't willing to engage that argument because he'd have cooked you on it. He'd just start talking about how much terrorists or how much evil people we done funded throughout our years in the Middle East. You know, terrorist groups, Al-Qaeda. I mean, crazy guys like Saddam. I mean, he'd have cooked you on that note. Oh, God, make sure to subscribe to the channel as well.
He's a hardcore radical libertarian. So when you wrote the book, Choose Your Enemies Wisely, you said, who's your enemy?
Yeah.
I said, I don't know who my enemy is. I don't really have a lot of enemies. You know me, Pat. It's a big difference in the internet and comments in real life. I walk around in real life. I have zero issues.
You don't have issues there. That's
Okay.
not the conversation
So
I'm having.
the conversation
Literally.
that I was just basically establishing is that Dave Smith, as potent as he might be on a podcast or even on Joe Rogan's for that matter, people don't support this guy. I support our troops. I support America. I support our allies.
I think Joe's had him on 20, 30 times.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. So ask whether you agree with the guy or not. You know, Joe likes Dave, right? So the question you got to ask yourself is, from my perspective, there is issues, there is approach, there is what's next for you. When I look at everybody in the marketplace, including myself, everybody in the marketplace, including myself, I leave and I say, okay, how am I recreating myself for this next phase? What areas do I have where it's a leak for me? What habits do I have that I need to pay attention to? When we started building an insurance company, yesterday I had Lee Strobel on, we had a great conversation together. One of the guys I would study a lot was Billy Graham. And Billy Graham and his friends in 1948, they came out with something called the Modesto Manifesto. And at that time, there was a lot of pastors that were getting caught up with young girls. And they came up with this thing saying, hey, what are our threats? And they came up with the threats that they had. It was 4 things. One of the ones was pastors hooking up with members. Number 2 was churches taking advantage of the members with money. Number 3 was the ego of a pastor when you get on stage and you feel like, you know, you are God. Like some pastors actually become godlike because of how much the church fears them and they liked anyways. They go through this. I said, okay, how do we want to build this company?
Which is kind of crazy how some pastors let themselves get to that level knowing that they're Christians and that, you know, God was against any type of idolatry, and they kind of make themselves these idols that their church, that, well, their congregants in their church worship. So they know what they're doing is wrong, and then they still do it. Why? To suck money out of the people. They don't really care about God, man. It's about that money, bro. Look, some people actually do this for God, but most people do this for money. And that's just the sad reality about religion.
It's very hard. So you got to think about ways to improve. Religion. I'm asking you. The argument is one end, because I don't know if you focused on making I've seen you make better arguments with Bassem Youssef than you did with Dave Smith. Yeah. I didn't see you making arguments on Dave Smith. And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from, where the expectation is, hey, when you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style.
Yeah.
I don't do stuff.
He made the brand look bad. I mean, yo, I'm glad PPD's having this conversation. He's like, dog, look, like you can lose a debate, but don't get destroyed in the debate. At least make a damn point. Even if it's a bad point, at least make a point. Not sit there and glaze a whole nother debater. Like sit there and glaze Cole like the whole time. Like what? So yeah, I feel what he's saying, because I'd have been on Adam's ass about that too. I'd have been like, bro, look, like I don't negotiate. I don't do debates like that. So I don't know why you're out there a part of my brand doing debates like that. You're making the whole brand look bad. At this point, we should have threw in Tom. Actually, shit, we should have just postponed until Tom was ready if we knew he was gonna give us that performance.
Stuff like that. And Dave and I don't even agree on some of these issues. But if I'm having a conversation, it's about what is this next phase. And by the way, the reason why I'm having this direct feedback with you publicly is for the following reason. This is how I roll, Adam. I will give you private feedback and have your back 100%. I've always been like that. This is why my guys like working with me, and they know how tough it is at times because I'm always challenging them. But if my private feedback that I'm giving doesn't land, and it feels like you have immunity to go run around and say whatever you want and keep saying, I don't give a shit what people say. I do. There's an approach to take about this game. I don't care that we have differences in debates. We push each other.
I mean, he's pretty much saying, he's like, look, dog, you just can't go out there and say, I don't care that I got my ass handed to me in that debate. Oh, I don't care. Well, yeah, it's true. Yeah, according to Pat, he's like, I care. Like, bro, you're part of my brand. You make us look like a bunch of dumbasses when you do stuff like that because you're part of the brand. You're literally one of the main hosts on this show. And you're going out like that? Like, bruh. Like, think about it like this. Like, I know me and Monty disagree on a lot, but if Monty went out there and did that, I'd have been like, bruh, Come on, bro. You damn near, you basically a part of this channel. Like, you can't go out there and do that. Like, even if I disagreed with his points and all that, at least articulate it well, actually speak to the position. Even if you lose, it's like, I don't care. At least you actually made a point.
Each other here, and we have arguments and, you know, comment, I side with Vinny today. You know what? Today, actually, I side with Adam. You know, there was a couple moments we had where you had a couple clips of like, they sided with you. I think Adam's the point today. And I'm like, oh, okay, Adam had a point. And then, hey, Tom, no, I'm siding with Tom today. Pat, you were off today. No problem. But it's recreating for the next phase of what is that next phase for you. And that's a very important thing for you to be thinking about. I've had that conversation with him, recreating himself. I've had the conversation with him, recreating himself. I have the conversation openly with me on what I need to recreate. But for me, when I saw that, I'm like,
you create yourself and become a better debater, like, please. So PBD don't have to sit here and grill you in front of like, well, most likely 40,000 live viewers. So get better.
You know, you brought up another guy from the past that beat Dave. Great. You know, you brought up no, there needs to be the Adam that I've seen debate that is prepared. He actually would have made some real good points there. And you, by the way, you've been a moderator for Zero Hedge with Dave Smith and what do you call it? Laura Loomer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Is that what you did?
Yeah,
Didn't you moderate? Yeah.
Yes.
And I was a pretty good job you did as a moderator. So I don't know. I'm saying this publicly to say this next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves. And that includes you in a big way. And I've said this privately 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago at that dinner place we went to, and I was very direct with you. But you're cornering me to have to say this publicly to you right now.
Facts.
And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself.
Sure.
It's a very important thing. I'm being very.
Yeah, because you came off like a smug dickhead. It's like, that's it. Like, he came off hella smug. All he could do was sit there and throw childish like insults, and then sit there and be like, "Oh, Cole body bagged you. Cole body bagged you." It's like, dog. It's almost like you're about to get into a fight with a guy, and he's talking about the guy that whooped your ass like what last week. You go like, "Well, that guy whooped your ass." Well, that guy, like, bro, no, me and you are fighting. So stop talking about the last guy because you're about to get your ass whooped. Like, that's the problem with it. It's just that I ain't gonna lie, it's a very soft, feminine type of thing he did. Maybe not feminine, but it's really soft. It's soft. It just breeds, man. Well, damn it, I'm not trying to cuss, but F it. It just breeds bitch ass behavior. It's just bitch ass behavior. That's it. Like, bro, really? So, like, we're about to sit here and fight or get into this debate, and you want to talk about somebody that I fought or debate last week or a month ago? I'm sorry, but yes, that is a very soft way, or I'm gonna be real with you, very weak way of debating, very weak way of carrying a conversation or handling any type of situation.
Respectful to you, and you had no idea that I'm going to go here this morning. You had no clue I'm going. And by the way, I intentionally changed today's business podcast to do this because obviously Monday I couldn't be here. We had certain things that was going on. This weekend I had what do you call it?
SLS.
SLS. Sean Hannity did it last Friday, so I changed everything. And Rob and I, we had to talk about it yesterday and calendar to do it this way. But for me, sometimes, you know, when people say, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. And sometimes this is like the Trump effect. Well, Trump doesn't care. Well, Trump doesn't give a shit. Well, Trump doesn't do this. Well, contrary to popular belief, Trump looks at every poll. Trump listens to every comment. Trump listens to every criticism. So what you think that Trump does, I'm not telling you go read the comments the next day and go through all chat. I don't recommend that at all. But I do believe a little bit of criticism to see, well, maybe there's a little bit of credibility there. There's a little bit of value there for me to receive. How can I receive this and recreate myself? Because if you're not too careful, Adam, and I'll open it up to you guys if you want to say anything. I'll give you the final thoughts, and then I want to get on the next story. But I wanted to open up with us, get right into it. Is the following. There is no April Fool's jokes today. I don't have one. Okay, so if you guys are expecting an April Fool's joke, I don't have one. This is not an April Fool's joke. I know what day today is. This is not, you know, I've had certain friends of mine that are very good at, I used to be very good at the April Fool's stuff. I don't have one today. Maybe I'll have one for you next year when I'm at a
well, I guess the April Fool's joke is you not having an April Fool's joke. Well,
got it. Different mood. But this is the part I want you to be thinking about. Is the market is going to criticize you. There's a very big difference between the bots. I read a comment yesterday, made the most disrespectful comment to me. And the first thing I did I went to the account. It got started in February of 2026.
Weird.
It has 2 followers, follows 6,000 accounts. That's
Yeah.
a bot of somebody that created to say it. Forget about the bots. There are some people that are giving real feedback that we have to pay close attention to because
I ain't gonna lie, that's why I put my face on X. I'll be like, I don't care. Well, I put my face all over. Man, I don't be caring because I'm like, bro, I want you to know that it's me grilling your ass. I want you to, yes, go to my page and see that I've been around for a while and yes, real people are grilling you. I prefer a lot of people to do that more. But yeah, there are a lot of bots on X. Like literally. You just go click over into any bot that just starts attacking you for being, I don't know, anti-war. Like that's really what the bots are doing now. They're attacking you for being anti-war. Or, of course, if you're Dave Smith, I mean, not Dave Smith, but if you're Adam Sosnick, then you got the bots who just hate you because you're Jewish. Yes, bots to be attacking people because they're Jewish. Like it's fucked up out there. But those are bots as well. Honestly, there's honestly bots for every topic. It's kind of crazy what they're doing out there with them.
you know, we can disagree. You know, even with the Dave Smith part, Dave Smith's issues, we can sit down and have a debate over the number, and I can still do it respectfully. You know, even when I went to Jubilee, they disrespected me. I didn't disrespect the kids when I spoke to them. Our position has to be a different position. And even when Trump calls out, he still is very paying attention to the likability score that he has. Love him or hate him, people like him. I'll pause. Vinny, any thoughts
Can
you
I
had?
just respond real
Of
quick? Or
course,
you want me to go to the-
absolutely.
So
No, go for
I'll just break this down real quick. We didn't have this discussion prior. You just kind of preemptively brought this up, and I'm totally okay with it. If I wanted to have a ideological debate with Dave, I would probably rephrase it that the world is a dangerous place, and he wants to pretend that he's an ostrich and not.
Hey, yo, shout out to my man Noah. Appreciate the support, my man. And also, yeah, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I was a bit excited to hear that we're pretty much to the moon. What would the flat earthers say now? What will they say now? I was never a flat earther guy. I always thought that was such a boring conspiracy. Like the earth is flat. Come on, guys. That's boring. Isn't it more fun to think about this big, huge, space that we're in, and there's a whole bunch of planets that we never seen, stars and all that? That's way more fun. Way more. But that's just me. But shout out to my man Noah Joyner. Now, they should say they should be reaching the moon today. Now, hold on, bro. Are they supposed to be landing on the moon or just going past it and around it and coming back? Like what? They're about to go and see the other side of the moon and come back, or they're actually landing on there?
Engage with anybody. So, to use an analogy, if this guy was a dating coach, he would say, just sit at home all day and wait for women to knock on your door. And that's when you can respond to women. The world doesn't work that way. If you're a sales coach or if you're a sales manager, that's like saying, just stay by the phones.
What do you think's the outcome of a debate?
But the outcome of a debate.
Forget Dave Smith. This isn't a Dave Smith conversation. That could have been John Doe. I'm not talking.
But the point is that I'm trying
what
to
is
make
the purpose of a debate?
We're not aligned.
What is the purpose of a debate?
To find the
bro. Here's the thing, though. Ideologically, of course, you're not aligned. That's why you're having the debate, so you can sit there and tackle each other's arguments, not sit there and throw insults. And that's exactly what you were trying to do. Oh, well, actually, exactly what you did. Not even trying to.
Truth.
To the purpose. That's a clash of ideas.
Sure.
So somebody can watch and say, wow, good point. Never thought about it that way. Let me go back and look at it, right? That is the purpose of a debate. The purpose of a debate is for me to look at something when, like the moment where Hillary Clinton and Trump are going at it, and Hillary says, him and all he didn't pay any taxes, and he didn't do this, and he didn't do that. And then the moderator asks Trump a question and says, is it true that you paid this? He says, yes. I will use every single tax code that you have, just like all her donors do. And by the way, you've been there for 36 years. How come you've never changed it? So me as the voter sits there and says, that's a very good point. You've been there for 30. That's the debate. It gets people thinking.
Sure.
So
I know crying about, that is funny about Dems, crying about, billionaires not paying taxes. Meanwhile, they never try to change the tax code. It's like, okay, bro. I mean, you can sit there and complain, but you was never going to try to, do some legislative work and change the tax code.
If I'm going into a debate and I didn't make anybody think, what was the purpose of debate?
Sure. Well, now, fair point. Well, the point that I was trying to make is that ideologically, we're not aligned here. I'm supporting Trump. Was I supporting Trump for 5-10 years?
No, you were not.
So I'm all behind Trump. Everybody wants to criticize Trump right now. The thing that I'm basically establishing is the fact that this guy has a luxury of living in America and wants to criticize the heck out of Trump when I'm defending Trump and our troops. The point that I was saying is I'm defending Trump. Dave's the type of person that'll root for the bad guy in the bad movie. So that's who Dave is. Aside from that, other than that, I understand what you're talking about. The reason I brought up the Coleman Hughes, and I encourage people to go watch it. This was the sort of like the swan song event. Imagine you hype up this event. Here's what's going on. The SLS is coming this weekend. Here's what's going on. And this debate takes place, and it was a 12-0 drubbing. So that's my point. Should I have conveyed it a little bit better? Sure. Should I have not?
Bro, I'm sorry, but like it wasn't even a conclusion that Cole won. I mean, maybe I need to watch that debate with you guys so you can actually see how that debate went off, because it was actually a pretty good debate. And I mean, both sides made good points. People still give it to Dave Smith because, like I said, it's really hard to defend the neocon position, but hey, people still try to defend it against him.
Brought up someone else's debate in my debate. Maybe I'll learn that for the next time. That's fine. But the reality is this: he got whooped, and I called him out on it. That's all it was.
Yeah, but
it
was your fight and his.
And here's the thing, though. That's your opinion on the debate. That's not like honestly, not even like a nationwide consensus. Nationwide, there's people who's picking and choosing who won that debate. So you putting your opinion in there didn't really matter. You saying that, oh, you lost to Cole. Well, there's people who feel like they've won against Cole. So what you're saying doesn't matter, and it's highly debatable.
Sure. For the next time, I'll debate him just heads on. I brought up something that from the past.
But my feedback isn't actually that. My feedback is it's okay to pay attention to the pulse of the market every once in a while. Good feedback's being given. Not 80% of people, not 90% of people, but there are reasonable people that will give you good feedback.
Sure.
And none of us, there's not a single human being in the world that actually likes to be given feedback that we get excited about it. So it's not like anybody likes it, but it's in those moments where your character is being tested to say, you know what? Let me receive some of this and see if there's some good feedback and then process it.
I'm going to turn this over to Vinny. I'll just say one thing. You know what Vinny and I do when you're not around?
What's that?
We say, hey, what feedback do you have for me? What feedback for me? We actually talk. We actually convey. How many times have we done stuff like that?
The difference is, you know what the difference is?
What's that?
Here's the difference. So this event at SLS, I asked the question because I used to always look at my guys and judge them on how hard they work, how great they're on scripts, how many books they read, and all this stuff. Eventually, I'm like, let me look at it in a different way. It was, how much information does this guy retain from what I teach? So you teach something, this guy retains 10%, that guy retains 20%.
But all right, though. Let me go ahead and get into, I guess we can call this conspiracy, I guess. But, you know, a lot of people say I've been putting out this doomsday perspective and all this wild stuff. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe you're right. I don't agree. But let's try to take a positive spin to this war, right? Let's see how this can end positively for us. And it's going to come from a very unlikely person, Professor Jang. Now, rock with me on this one, guys, and it's going to be a good one. And like I said, make sure to double tap the screen and like the video. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Appreciate the support, guys.
And to look at how the global economy will collapse, specifically how the U.S. economy will collapse because of this war. Now, the argument I want to make to you today is that financial collapse do not happen accidentally or naturally. It has to be engineered. And this is a very hard concept for us to understand, okay? So in economics, there's something called the boom bust cycle, which basically states that in capitalism, you have the economy booming, then suddenly, for whatever reason, it collapses, okay? It's called a boom bust cycle. And the idea is that if you study economics, they teach you that this is just a natural part of capitalism because in good times, people spend too much money. They become overconfident. And so then they waste a lot of money and then it collapses. The economy turns bad. And so you have to focus on being more lean and efficient and resilient. So think of, you know, gaining weight, okay? You gain too much weight and then you feel bad, so then you lose weight. And that's the idea of the boom bust cycle. The problem, though, is that no one can explain properly how and why suddenly
All right, my bad, guys. Wrong video. This is it right here. Trump World Order. So let's get into it. I know, interesting title, but Trump World Order.
About an hour ago, Donald Trump addressed the American people. This follows an address from Prime Minister Albanese of Australia to his people, as well as Prime Minister Starmer to the British people. And in both speeches by Starmer and Albanese, they said to the people, we know that fuel prices, gas prices are going up, and we should expect more pain, but we will do as much as we can to ensure that your wallet is not too impacted. Donald Trump, in his address to the American people, basically said that this war will continue, and America may start to bomb energy and oil infrastructure of Iran. Okay, so let's listen to a few of his words.
Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Okay, so he's basically saying that we're winning this war and we will bomb them to the Stone Ages, which tells us he's actually not winning this war. Okay, now,
and he's ready to pop off or just ready to commit war crimes, which is crazy.
I also want to look at another person who is Peter Hegseth.
New strategic map.
So remember, this war in Iran, it's not ending. In fact, many people believe it's only starting to ramp up. So there are rumors that Donald Trump has already authorized the use of ground forces. And so we could see an invasion of Iran as early as this weekend, but certainly, definitely this month, okay? But while America is fighting this war in Iran, this is a Secretary of War, Peter Hegseth, and he's announced that America will control all North America.
From Greenland to the Gulf of America to the Panama Canal and its surrounding countries. At the Department of War, we call this strategic map the Greater North America. Why? Because every sovereign nation and territory north of the equator, from Greenland to Ecuador and from Alaska to Guyana, is not part of the global South. It is a security perimeter in this great neighborhood that we all live in.
Okay? So basically, what he's saying is we will enforce the Monroe Doctrine in North America. So it sounds very strange to people in that Donald Trump is fighting this war in Iran that's not really winnable. At the same time, he is being aggressive in North America. He's seeking fights with Canada, with Denmark over Greenland, with Colombia, with Mexico, with Cuba. In fact, he's embargoing Cuba right now, and people expect possibly an invasion of Cuba very soon. So people just think that Donald Trump is
currently we're letting Cuba go through these blackouts and hoping that's going to force a regime change. But until then, we're just going to put that economic squeeze and, of course, not really let any oil really get to them. Now, Russian oil got to them, so they was able to get some oil through Russia. But yeah, we were trying to put that squeeze on them, and that's why they were having like blackouts.
Place, and he's idiotic. Okay, so this is Iran. And everyone says that a ground invasion of Iran would be stupid because it is much too large to invade. Right now, America has only about 50,000 troops in the Middle East. And the geography, the terrain makes it very hard to control. Okay, so you have these mountains, the Zagros Mountains, which allows for the Iranians to hide and conduct guerrilla warfare and use drone strikes and artillery strikes. And then you have the desert, which makes it very hard to cross. Okay, so even if the Americans were to attack from here, from Iraq, they would have to face the mountains. If they were attacked from Pakistan, from the east, they would have to face deserts. Okay. And if they were to attack from the south, they would face all these mountains. And also you're far away from Tehran, which is ultimately your objective. Okay, so there's lots of conversations about what the Americans are trying to do. Right now, the consensus seems to be the Americans first want to control the Strait of Hormuz in order to elevate the strain on the global economy, okay? But as you can see from this map, first of all, the strait, it's not very wide, and it's very close to the Iranian coastline in the mountains, so it's easy to attack from. And there are these, and then the Iranians can put mines all around the strait as well. So what everyone tells us is that an invasion of Iran would just be idiotic. At the same time, the Americans need to free up the Strait of Hormuz and allow for maritime navigation in order to stabilize the global economy. Okay. Already we're seeing lots of signs that America is preparing for a long, long war. So there are already 50,000 troops in the Middle East, and a lot of them will be deployed against Iran. But also there's a letter from Leonard Anderson to reserves, telling them telling them we must get ready to deploy, fight, and win. Okay, so not only have they sent 50,000 troops to the Middle East, but they're preparing to call up the reserves as well. Okay, so this seems as though America is preparing for total war. Polymarket is a very interesting place to understand how global events will turn out, okay? And so there are three indicators that, in fact, a war is coming, a ground invasion is coming. First of all, the pizza index is exploding. What does this mean? It means that in the Pentagon, when they're preparing to launch a ground invasion, they need to work overtime. And so they call for pizza, okay? And so pizza deliveries are going up. Gay bars are empty, okay? So when people are, don't have much to do, they go and, go on dates. The last is that...
Week, are you assuming that, most people in the Pentagon are gay, which I ain't got no problem with, but I mean, it's pretty much what you're saying.
People are making bets, large bets, that a ground invasion will happen, okay? So these are people who have inside information, and so they go on Polymarket and make a bet that this will happen, knowing it will happen. So this guy bet $200,000 that a ground invasion will happen, and if it turns out a ground invasion does happen, he will win over $1 million. Okay, so these are three very good indicators that a ground invasion has been approved and it will happen very, very soon. Okay. Donald Trump himself has said many, many things, okay? So he said that, you know what? If we leave the Middle East, it's not our problem. We don't really care, okay? And he also says that, hey, NATO, it's your responsibility to open the Strait of Hormuz because we told you so and because you need the oil. And of course, NATO is angry at Donald Trump because previously, Donald Trump threatened to take over Greenland.
Yep.
Okay, so everyone thinks Donald Trump is just a moron. He doesn't plan ahead. Because before...
They're also mad at him for pretty much like, yo, you're trying to drag us into a conflict that you started and you made the mess, and you're pretty much telling us that we got to clean it up because it doesn't affect you. Yeah, that piss me off too.
This war in Iran, where he needs the help of NATO.
God, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, but help me out with those likes.
He was pissing off NATO by threatening to take over Greenland. So Donald Trump is over the place. He's just a moron, right? But let's just assume, okay, that the ground invasion goes ahead. What will happen? Well, as I predicted before, if a ground invasion were to go ahead, first of all, America would lose this war because the ground invasion would fail, and the Iranians are fully prepared for a ground invasion. Second of all, if America loses this war, the American empire would die because we'd be forced out of the Middle East. They would lose the petrodollar and the US dollar as a global reserve currency. And the third thing is the global economy would collapse. So clearly, Donald Trump is the worst president in human history. And he's a complete buffoon, right? Okay, but let's put our thinking caps on. Okay, let's use game theory and say, but what if, for some strange reason, Donald Trump wants to lose his war in Iran? What if he wants the American empire to collapse? What if Donald Trump wants to destroy the global economy? Then he'd be a genius, right?
I mean,
right?
I mean, depending on how that works out for us.
He's a moron because he's going to destroy the American empire. But if he actually wants to destroy the American empire, then the man is the greatest American president ever, okay? Okay, so we're gonna have a fun class today, and we're gonna make the argument that in fact, Donald Trump is a genius. That in fact, all this chaos is purposeful. That there's actually a plan behind all this, okay? That's the argument I want to make to you today. Okay, so what is the plan? What is going on here? All right, so first thing to notice is that the world gets 20%, okay? 20% of its oil from the Middle East, okay? Primarily going to East Asia. So India gets about 6% of its oil from the Middle East. Japan gets 75% of its oil from the Middle East. So East Asia is heavily dependent on Middle East oil, okay? But as you can see, it also goes to Europe as well, and then also to the United States, all right? So the world is dependent on the GCC oil. If this war continues, if ground forces are used, then all the oil from the Middle East collapses.
You know what? I remember when we were having our little talks, you know, Monty and my man Gaming were trying to pretend like, well, you know, it doesn't really affect us and all this good stuff. Well, you know, we do still participate in the global trade market. And now some of these supplies or some of these things that we get from overseas is going to have a bit more, you know, it's going to be a bit more expensive due to the increased fuel costs. So, you know, don't act like this don't affect us still. Unless we're really about to become full-on isolationists, like economy-wise and military-wise.
And JP Morgan has come out and said that by mid-April, the world will run out of oil. Okay? So this is a disaster for the world. But it's not, it's just much more than energy needs, okay? So because Iran is constraining movement in the Strait of Hormuz, we're seeing 7 major shortages. Okay, so yes, we know oil and LNG are being stopped. Okay, but actually the problem is much worse because look at phosphate, ammonium, sulfur, urea. This is food production. Okay, primarily used for fertilizers. In other words, if this war persists, not only will countries run out of energy, they'll also run out of food, okay? Also, look at this. Helium and sulfur are used for what? They're used for semiconductors, the production of semiconductors. You use helium and sulfuric acid in the production of semiconductors, which leads to AI, okay? So, in other words, this
war in the Middle East. Hold on. So not only do we get most of the funding out of the Middle East, yes, most of these AI companies is held by, well, Saudi and UAE money. And like not only that, but we also get the resources from which we gotta make or gotta develop this AI on in the Middle East. Well, I'm pretty sure we can get it from somewhere else, but this is still a bit concerning.
It's impacting everything in the modern economy. Okay, if this war continues, the global economy could collapse. But again, we're making the assumption that Donald Trump is a genius, and this is all part of his big plan. Okay, so what is his plan? All right. So, okay, we know that there's a lot of oil in the Middle East. Okay, but you know, oil is not as rare as people think it is. There's also a lot of oil in Canada. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. Okay? Russia also has a lot of oil. So in other words, if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, if this war in the GCC continues, it doesn't mean the world no longer has oil. All it means is the world is now much more dependent on North America and Russia for oil. And so the global economy now shifts over to North America and to Russia. Okay? So in other words, the United States starts a stupid war.
AKA, we completely decimate the Middle East and pretty much take all of their oil sales after we leave them in complete, well, disablement. Like they're going to be completely destabilized, complete destruction. And we're just going to take all of that. We're going to take all of, all of the demand for oil, and we're just going to just transfer it over to us. And we're going to satisfy that demand for oil, and we're going to get rich. And our petrodollar stand very strong. If it works out like this, he's right. I mean, it's either 4D chess is being played before our eyes, or this man Donald Trump might literally be crashing out. Either one is a possibility.
Over to North America and to Russia. Okay? So in other words, the United States starts a stupid war in the GCC in the Middle East. It can't possibly win, but it still benefits because now the world is much more dependent on North America. Okay? Why is Venezuela important? Because America just took over Venezuela in January. Okay, and look, Canada has a lot of oil, and Trump is threatening to take over Canada. Okay, so now let's look at who needs the oil. Well, this map tells you that if you're in the red, you consume more oil than you export. And who are these countries? Well, they're Europe, okay? And they are East Asia, as well as Australia. Okay? So, yes, I understand Donald Trump's an idiot. Yes, I understand that he's going to lose this war in the Middle East. Yes, I understand he's going to destroy the global economy. But for some strange reason, he benefits. And the United States benefits. Because now, Europe and China, Japan, Australia, they're much more dependent on North America for resources, for food, for energy. Okay? All right, food. Okay, so nitrogen is important for fertilizers. Okay, you need nitrogen for fertilizers.
Yes.
And as you can, and what this map tells you is that if you are in the blue or the light blue, it means you produce more nitrogen than you need, so you export it. If you are not in the blue, then you're kind of screwed. Okay, so basically, this area, this area especially, this area. Okay, Europe as some parts of Europe. Okay. So now they need more nitrogen. And again, before they were getting a lot of nitrogen, ammonia, from the Middle East. And now, where are they forced to get the nitrogen? From here and from here. Okay? So again, yes, I know Donald Trump's losing this war in the Middle East, but in the long term, America stands to benefit. Right. Last thing I want to look at is water. Okay? Water is important because water tells us which areas are the most stable. Basically, if you have a lot of water, you're less prone to conflict. But if you don't have that much water, then you're prone to conflict. Okay? So we look at. So if you're in a dark blue, you're good. Okay? Nothing to worry about. If you
Basically, he's saying is hey, look, man, if you got water, you're good. If you don't got water, you're going to be fighting with the people who do got the more water than you. And basically over here in Africa and all this good. So, it's actually crazy because that's a lot of what some of these wars were started over. Resources mainly. So, I mean, a lot of people kind of take that out of people's or these old empires' expansionist ways. It was really over resources because where they lived at, there wasn't enough to sustain their people, enough of a certain resource to keep their people going. So they had to go outwards and take resource from other people. Just the way it worked back in the day.
Are in the light blue, you are in a lot of trouble. Okay, so if we look at this area, North America, pretty stable because lots and lots of fresh water. Okay, if you look at Russia, pretty stable, lots and lots of fresh water. But if you're Africa, you're in a lot of trouble. If you're Europe, you're in a lot of trouble. If you are Middle East, you're in a lot of trouble. If you are Southeast Asia, you are not much trouble, but you are in some trouble, okay? So we already see how this map tells us where in the future, basically Russia and the United States, North America, are the most stable parts of the world with the most resources. And therefore, they are the most resilient, the most stable, okay? But if you go to Africa, Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, these are points of conflict in the world. So we can expect these places to become much more unstable over time. So in other words, all the United States and Russia have to do is maintain stability and then export resources to these places. And guess what? And then they make a lot of money for themselves. Okay? So again, I understand Donald Trump's an idiot. I understand this war in the Middle East is stupid. But from a long-term game theory perspective, the United States wins from this disaster from a long-term perspective, okay? Now, you look at this map, you think, well, China's pretty good too, right? Like China.
Well, I mean, maybe they were right. Short-term gain, short-term pain for long-term gain. But maybe they weren't thinking about this long-term.
China has a lot of fresh water. The problem with China, though, is this. China sits on a lot of fresh water that Southeast Asia and India depends on, okay? So a lot of water is in the Tibetan Plateau. It flows downstream into India and in Southeast Asia. If there were a drought, using game theory, we can suspect that China might want to keep the water for itself, right? In which case, Southeast Asia and India would be very angry, okay? So this is a potential flashpoint that we have to watch out for. Okay? So it seems like China is stable, but the surrounding areas are not so stable. And so China will be dragged into a conflict. Okay? All right. So let's summarize what we've learned so far. So these are the countries with the most oil reserves, okay? Venezuela. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Canada, Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, United States, Russia. Okay. All right. Now what's interesting about this is this. This war in the Middle East is going to knock out the oil production of Saudi Arabia, of Iran, of Iraq, of UAE, of Kuwait, which leaves what? Which leaves, Venezuela, Canada, and the United States, okay? North America, and Russia. Okay? Now, then let's look at who has to buy oil. All right? Let's look at who buys oil. Well, the United States consumes a lot of oil, but again, it has its own supply of oil. China needs to import a lot of its oil needs, okay? So China imports about 75% of its oil needs. India, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Japan, South Korea, okay? Germany, all right? So China, India, Japan, South Korea imports a lot of oil. And where does it get its oil from? The Middle East, right? So if it can't get its oil from the Middle East, then these four countries, China, India, Japan, and South Korea, will need to get the oil either from the United States or Russia. Okay? And why does this matter? Well, let's look at this. Let's look at who owns the most U.S. treasuries. Basically, if you own a lot of U.S. treasuries, it means that you are financing American debt. America right now is $39 trillion in debt. That's a lot of money, but as long as people continue to buy U.S. debt, as long as people want to buy U.S. treasuries, it's not a problem, okay? It's a Ponzi scheme.
That's true.
Okay. So let's look at this. Who are the biggest holders of U.S. debt? Japan, China.
Yeah, a lot of people confuse it to be China, but it is actually Japan that hold most of our debt.
Right?
Treasuries.
Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, India. Okay, so this is all Asia. And we already said that Asia needs our oil from the Middle East. Right? Now let's look at others. United Kingdom is second, okay? Cayman Islands is basically just Europe as well. It's a money laundering operation, okay? Belgium, Luxembourg, Canada, France, Ireland, Switzerland. These countries are Europe. And again, where do we say most oil from the GCC go? It goes to either Asia or Europe. And now, because of the stupid war in the Middle East, Asia and Europe are now forced to buy oil from either Russia or the United States. And this is important, okay? This is important because previously, there's a fear that these countries would stop buying U.S. treasuries because America is too heavily in debt. The American economy is too much of a Ponzi scheme. So there's this great fear that Europe and Asia would move away from the US dollar and more towards Swiss francs or gold, okay? Now, because Europe and Asia need fertilizer, they need energy from the United States and North America, the United States no longer has to worry about its debt, okay? All right, the $39 trillion debt, not a problem because the entire world is dependent on North America for resources. The Ponzi can keep on going. So again, Donald Trump is an idiot, but he's so stupid, he's become a genius. Okay?
Anything's possible.
All right. Now you're like, wait, but Donald Trump's an idiot. Where would he get this idea from? How would he know how to do this? And the answer is because Putin has already proven that this strategy works in Ukraine. Okay, so let me show you how. Okay, so this is the war in Ukraine. And as you can see, the dark red are areas in which Russia is contesting territory. The light red, the pink are areas in which Russia wants to gain territory. And as you can see, Russia still has a long way to go. And we're already 4 or 5 years into this war, which means that this war can go on for another 10 20 years. It's a very slow grind. And it's good for Russia. Yes, I know that Russia is losing a lot of soldiers, and I know that the Russian economy is suffering, but this long war of attrition is good for Russia.
I mean, they're making
Why?
money.
Well, because first of all, what it does is it allows Russia to industrialize its economy. Okay? It allows Russia to center its economy around war production. Okay? So the red, as you can see, is total industry. Okay? And as you can see, it's been going up since the war started. All right? Overall industry has been going up as well. Unfortunately, industries that are not dominated by the military, that have no war purpose, it's actually going down. Okay? So it seems as though the entire Russian economy is being restructured for total war, for a long war. And that is the purpose, that is the goal. Okay, so again, the pink are military industries. The blue are civilian industries. And as you can see, the pink completely dominate the blue. And the trend is increasing, meaning it is possible in 4 or 5 years' time, Russia is primarily a war economy, industrializing to produce war weapons, okay, munitions. Specifically, drones, okay? These are drones. All right. So, before, at the beginning of the war, Russia was dependent on Iran for drones, okay? But then, what happened over time is that Russia started to have its own domestic production, okay? So imports from Iran have stayed constant, and then domestic production has gone way up, which tells us that the Russian economy is industrializing for the production of drones. And Russia is preparing to fight a long, long war. Now, not only can Russia produce its own drones for the war, but it can also export its drones to Iran to fight against the Americans. Okay? And so you're like, wait a minute here. So Russia is switching its entire economy to war production, which means that Russia will always fight wars. Is that what Russia's planning? And the answer is yes, it is.
Well, damn.
Okay? And so
I mean, taking a page out of our book. Well, it's kind of wild that Russia's doing that, but it makes sense. They're taking a page out of our book. Like, you know what? Constant war worked for the United States. Let's see how it works for us.
Let me explain why Russia is planning this.
Sick.
This is what I call the Third Rome Plan, okay? And this comes from the 1996 book, Foundations of Geopolitics, okay? By Alexander Dugin, who I think is one of the smartest geopolitical thinkers alive today, okay? And his argument is this. His argument is this unipolar moment of American dominance, it's going to fade away because it's too much focus on secularism, individualism, liberalism. And these ideas break apart community. These ideas are anti-human. So eventually, Western society, Western civilization will collapse because its values are abhorrent. And when it collapses, this gives opportunity for Moscow to become the third Rome, okay? We'll talk more about this in the future. But what's brilliant about Dugin is he recognizes that when the world collapses, all Russia has to do is stay stable and resilient. As long as it stays together, unified, cohesive, it'll be fine. Okay? Because as this global order collapses, as global economy collapses, every other society will face eternal collapse, such as the United States, okay? So he predicts civil war in the United States as left and right go to war against each other, okay? He predicts collapse of China. He predicts collapse of the Middle East. He predicts collapse of Europe, okay? So all these places are collapsing. Basically, if you are the main pillar of the global economy, you are much more susceptible to collapse than if you are not, okay? So what Dugan says is this, okay? All right. So the strategy is, first of all,
it's like the stock market crash. It's like, but you wasn't in the stock market. It's like, yeah, you really had too much to lose, but people were in the stock market. Oh man, they lost hundreds and thousands.
Russia needs to stay coherent. It needs to defend its territory. It needs to unify its people through nationalism, through religion, okay, through faith. And then what Russia needs to do is figure out allies that would support the Russian outlook. And these allies could include Japan, okay? Vietnam, India, Iran, okay? And then by combining their forces, they become a trading bloc onto themselves. This is an age of nuclear weapons. You don't want to go to war against each other. But this is also an age of collapse. So as long as you're able to stay coherent, as long as you're—
Oh God, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, but let's make sure we like in the video. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and set it in a super chat. Great way to support the show. Appreciate the support, guys.
able to defend your borders, then you'll come out ahead.
Like what I'm saying.
Okay? So that's the idea of moving towards war, because war has a power to unify the imagination and the beliefs of the people in your nation. Right? So you're using war in order to increase the nationalism, the religion of your society, which will allow you to weather the storm better. Okay? So that is the grand vision of Alexander Dugin. And in my opinion, he is absolutely correct. And Russia is moving towards this by invading Ukraine. All right? So the Ukraine invasion was not a response to NATO. The Ukraine invasion was to implement this grand vision for the creation of the Third Rome, to allow Russia to survive the coming collapse of the global order better than anyone else, okay? And so by taking over Ukraine, you now control 1/3 of the world's carbohydrates and a lot of the world's energy, right? Once you control Ukraine and the Black Sea, you are now able to export your energy and your food to Africa, to the Middle East, to Europe, to Asia, okay? So that's the grand vision for Russia. And again, in my opinion, this makes a lot of sense. The world is collapsing, and so you have to build a fortress. You have to be self-sufficient in order to weather the storm. So given this, America's like, well, we can do the same thing, okay? And so the grand plan for America is something called the Technate, okay? Sorry. This is something we'll discuss more later on, okay? But first I want to introduce this idea to you, the Technate.
Threw me off.
And the Technate is very simple. It's the idea that, you know what? Yes, the world is going into chaos. The world is collapsing. But North America is self-sufficient, right? So these past few months, Donald Trump has picking a fight with Denmark over Greenland, right? He's been threatening Canada. He's been threatening Mexico. He's been threatening Colombia. He's thinking over Venezuela. He's been threatening.
You know, it's okay. I was actually okay with this. I know people are going to call me an imperialist, but no, I was okay with us dominating our hemisphere because it's easy to reach in our hemisphere. We don't got to exert that much military force, and everybody's an easy win. I mean, I know it's effed up to say that, but yes, everybody in our region is an easy win for us. What's not an easy win is some of these guys over there on the other side of the world, like Russia, China, and Iran.
In Cuba, he's been threatening Honduras, Nicaragua. Why is he doing this? Because they're all part of the grand vision for Greater North America. Okay, what Peter Hegseth calls Greater North America. The technate. All right? And this is a response to Moscow's Third Rome. If Moscow is going to build this grand alliance in order to weather the storm, then America has no choice but to also build this grand alliance as well in order to protect itself in this coming storm. All right? So what Donald Trump has recognized is that Putin is right. The world is collapsing. There's nothing we can do to save the world. So let's just accelerate it in a way that allows America to benefit from this collapse. Okay? So by collapsing the GCC, by collapsing the Middle East, you make Asia and Europe now dependent on North American energy and fertilizer exports. And this allows you the resources, the motivation to create the technate, okay? This self-sufficient economy, okay? Does it make sense? All right, okay. All right. So let us summarize, okay? So in September 11th, 1991, George H.W. Bush, he responds to the fall of the Berlin Wall, the collapse of Soviet Union, by coining a new phrase called the New World Order. And there are three major pillars to the idea of the New World Order, okay? The first idea is that America will become the financial capital of the world. America will offshore resources and manufacturing to other places. And then America will focus primarily on finance, making Wall Street the center of the world, okay?
Which, I mean, shit, that means fuck us. I mean, that's what it's pretty much saying. And if you want to have work, it means you better go outside the damn country. So if you ain't in finance, you're kind of cooked. It's like Ben Shapiro says, well, I guess if you just can't afford to live in America, maybe some of you guys should get out. I'm like, whoa. But, I mean, that's what's looking like this is going towards if this is this whole Trump New World Order. Only the bankers eat. Only the bankers can afford to live in the luxury of America.
The other idea is the idea of secular multiculturalism. So the world is divided, but what...
Shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says, almost all the greatest inventions humans have came up with either came out during a wartime or after wartime has ended, which is true. That is very true. I don't like that it's that way, but I mean, I guess, I don't know, hard times inspire creativity. Like, it'd be like that. Sometimes, like, what was it? Pressure make diamonds? Well, yes, pressure makes high technological advances as well.
What can unite everyone is the love of money, the love of consumerism. So if we just focus on making money and buying things, then the world will be forever at peace. Okay? And so we have to let go of borders. We have to let go of community. We have to let go of identity and focus more on consumerism. Okay? And the last idea is global domination, where in order for global trade to happen, America will provide security for all. No one has to fight it anymore because America will guarantee global peace. If anyone rises to challenge this order, Pax Americana, then America will go destroy it. Okay? So these are the three main pillars of the New World Order as announced by George H.W. Bush on September 11th.
Like, shout out to my man Jet. Oh, and shout out to Noah too as well. He says, neither do I, but yeah, that gives credit to the idea that Earth is a death world. Yeah, I'll give you that one. I don't like it, but I mean, like I said, I mean, hard times create great things, apparently. I mean, like, what hard time were we going through for AI, though? But shout out to my man Jet. He says, I know, right? Violence causes creativity, I guess. Literally. Like, it'd be the worst of times. And people just inventing the craziest of things. So, I mean, shoot, maybe we do need a world war to get into this technological age where everybody don't got to work and it's just a socialist utopia. Maybe we do need a little bit of war. I'm just playing, of course. But, I mean... Hey, it kind of goes into our man Noah's point, though, does it not?
1991. Okay. Trump world order is a response to this new world order. Basically, what Trump is saying, and what he's been saying for a long time is, why should America pay for the defense of other nations? Why should America have to be the consumer of last resort for everyone? Why are Americans paying for everything so that Europeans can have their welfare and their pension? Everyone's taking advantage of America, and it's destroying America. So let us change the new world order to the Trump world order, okay? And how do you do that? Well, you move America from a focus on finance to a focus on resources and manufacturing, okay? Basically, you believe the world is going to permanent war, and so you provide the resources.
Hold the fuck on. Are you telling me that? Hold on. So Trump's, and this is just him speculating, of course, but what I'm summing up from this is that we're going to throw the world into an economic turmoil, pretty much basically damn near destroy the world economy as we know it, just to throw that other side of the world into war. Then we're going to go from a finance economy to a resource and manufacturing economy, and we're just going to start making weapons for the war that we pretty much caused through destabilizing the Middle East. Huh? Well,
and in manufacturing in order to facilitate this world war. Meanwhile, America has become Fortress of America. It can hide behind its fortress, continental fortress, and it's protected by two oceans, right? Okay, so this makes sense. Multiculturalism doesn't work. It leads to stupidity such as DEI, woke politics, transgenderism. It's all retarded. Let's focus on what makes us proud.
I mean, guys, like literally the plan is why these guys are fighting, or what his predicting is why these guys are fighting over water and other resources. We'll just be selling them weapons on the side, and everybody here is going to have a job. We'll be making all of the weapons. So everybody prepare to have a job in, a drone or a missile factory.
To be Americans, which is Christian nationalism, okay? Our love of the white race, our nation, and God.
Hold on, son of a bitch. Hold on. Is that why all these drone factories are popping up out of nowhere? Hold up here. There's actually signs of this going on now that I think about it, especially here in like Ohio. We got a whole lot of drone factories popping up out of nowhere. Hold up here. Maybe.
On what makes us proud to be Americans, which is Christian nationalism, okay? Our love of the white race, our nation, and God. Okay, so no more of this multiculturalism, no more immigration, no more open borders, no more Democratic Party. Let's just focus on being Christian nationalists. Okay, love the United States, love of Christianity, love of the white race. And the last idea is, why should America pay to protect the world? Screw Pax Americana.
It was crazy. These are people that Steven Crowder, Matt Walsh, Nick Fuentes. These are what I ain't gonna lie. Nick Fuentes is actually pretty upfront about this, but Steven Crowder and Matt Walsh, this is what they secretly want. This is what they secretly want, low key. And I mean, I ain't mad at them for it. It's within their interest. But I mean, hey, they're not really too vociferous about it. But Nick Fuentes, he's really outspoken about it. He'll tell you this is what he wants. He said it multiple times.
Let's just do MAGA, okay? What is MAGA?
Worship of white people, country, and God. You know what? I'm all down with worshiping or the loving of country and God. What I'm not down with is the ass kissing of white people. And I love white people, but not enough to kiss their ass like that. Like, hold on now. They're going a bit too far. Shout out to my man Noah Joyner. For those who don't know, the death world theory is that due to Earth's gravity, apex predators, diseases, etc., is so deadly we should have died. This is why we aren't visited by aliens, and if we are, they don't stay long. It's due to the fact Earth's gravity apex per dang. So you're pretty much telling us that nobody S with us because it's just not worth it. It's like, first off, these guys out here all got guns. They're crazy. They might shoot you just because you look weird as an alien. I mean, second of all, bro, you might actually land in, I'm speaking as like an alien or something. Like, bro, you might actually land in a jungle somewhere. You get attacked by a jaguar. You don't even get to see no humans, but you get to see a jaguar, and it's gonna be the last thing you see. Or you can actually land somewhere in the Arctic and freeze to death. It's like, I don't know, bro. Going to Earth ain't really worth the squeeze. I could feel that. I actually feel that. If I was an alien, I'd be like, yeah, this is a pretty dangerous ass place. Can I get like a tour guide or something? Like, you know, you need a tour guide to go through the Amazon like forest. Why? Because it's a pretty dangerous place.
MAGA is national rejuvenation.
Shout out to my man Noah for the
Let's
baller.
make America great again.
Appreciate the support, man.
Pay to protect the world. Screw Pax Americana. Let's just do MAGA, okay? What is MAGA? MAGA is national rejuvenation. Let's make America great again by rebuilding America's manufacturing.
Nah, Jed, I ain't gonna lie. They came out and seen the Pride Parade, they'd be like, yeah, we're going back. They're not there yet. Look, we thought they were advanced because we seen the buildings and all this good stuff, but I walked out, I seen a bunch of naked dudes in bikinis, and I was like, oh, yeah, they're not there yet. They're not there yet. We're going to give them like 50 more years. Shoot, that's what I'd assume.
Industry by exploiting the infinite resources that God has given America in order to make sure every American has a decent life. Okay? All right? So again, I understand Trump is an idiot. Trump has launched America into this stupid war in the Middle East. Trump has pissed off NATO. Trump has pissed off all of America's allies. So he's a retard. But if the goal was to destroy the American empire, destroy the global economy, and rebuild America for the benefit of Americans, then Trump is a genius. And he may go down in history as America's greatest president.
Bro.
Okay?
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. If it plays out like this, I'm just gonna say, bro, the man is literally the president of 4D chess. That's all I gotta say. He's the president of 4D chess. I will no longer doubt Donald Trump ever again in my life if he pulls that off. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna have to. Because I'm just gonna be like, but bro, like, what, do you see now where we're going? This is the obvious path. But if it turns out to be this Trump world order, I'm just gonna have to give it to the man. I'm like, all right, bro, you're the president of 4D chess. I shall not question ever again. I'm sorry. Now, as much as I doubt it's gonna go like that, this is very much a possibility. Very much. So let's keep this in our back of our heads if things start, going in that direction, which I actually hope it does. That'd be great for us. Maybe not the whole worshiping of white race, but everything else is great.
All right. Any questions? Yeah.
My first question is, you mentioned that the Donald Trump or like Putin, they think that the world, like the whole system, will collapse, inevitable. But like,
all right, though, that's what you just went on the questions. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close on out, man. I appreciate the support, man, from all you guys, those who like the videos, so sending in super chats and Venmos, man. Appreciate you guys. Still going through the shadow ban, man, but with your guys' likes and showing engagement, man, we're gonna go ahead and beat it in no time, and they can't keep us down forever. So we keep striving and pushing. But all right, guys, make sure to double tap that screen on your way out. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. This is Set with Set Media, and I'll go ahead and leave you with a word from our guys at Kalshi. Make sure to go ahead and use that promo code when you first sign up with Kalshi, Set Media. Just go ahead and go to Kalshi when you sign up, ask for a promo code, put in Set Media, and go ahead and take advantage of that deal. When you put in 20, you get 20 back to go ahead and play around on the predicted market, which is Kalshi. All right, guys, Set from Set Media. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who would Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.